and some daisy pens. So you need to write all your motions and sign your name. So we'll go through all those rules shortly. I thank you all for coming up. My name is Bob Harb. I'm your town moderator. This is the 2022 deliberative session. I'm calling it to order. Can you all rise and join with me? The flag is to my right upstairs on the mezzanine. I'd like us all to join together in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the national anthem. It will show on the screen. Dean? Thank you. Please be seated. As you came in, there was a number of handouts: comparative budget statement, default budget, the MS 737, the warrant article, and the voter guide, and also a flyer. Candidates Night will be held February 22nd, 6:30 p.m. here in the garage. Thank the library trustees for conducting another Candidates Night. Any candidates wishing to come, contact the library. There are available openings to take care of you. I'd like now those in the front to introduce themselves. For you, those here today in the viewing audience, can you start on my far right and just give your name and your position? Thank you.
Katie Knutson, Budget Committee member.
Christina Cruz, Budget Committee member.
Doug Thompson, Budget Committee member.
Robert Tsoukas, Budget Committee Chair.
Martha Fowler, Town Clerk.
Major Assistant Moderator.
Darrell Britton, Plaistow Selectman.
Greg Colby, Town Manager and Finance Director.
Jada Roche, Plaistow Selectman.
Bill Coy, Plaistow Selectman.
Greg Talon, Plaistow Selectman.
Beth Hossack, Administrative Assistant.
Thank you all very much. Our operating rules. Every participant will treat every other participant with due respect and courtesy. No smoking. Please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate. Any voter who wishes to address this meeting will approach the microphone in front of me, be recognized by myself, and will then state your name and address. And if you have a name you don't think the clerk can spell, then just spell your name for the record so it can be set forth accurately. Voters are asked, don't touch the microphone, please, for safety reasons. Comments are limited to 2 to 3 minutes maximum. All questions to any of these participants in front of me will be directed through me, the moderator. If you ask a question at the microphone, please remain at the microphone till your question is answered. Every voter who wants to speak on an article will be given a chance to do so before any other voter is given a second opportunity to speak. Each motion and amendment will be stated by the moderator before being voted upon. Makers of a motion and seconds will state their names for the clerk unless I recite them. Only one amendment to a motion on the floor at one time. No amendment to an amendment will be allowed. Such proposals are actually subsequent amendments after the first amendment has been voted on. Amendments must be in writing. I mentioned that. There's clean white pieces of paper. And if you know we're doing Article 7, but you're going to have a motion and you haven't written it up yet, you can always get a piece of paper. The checklist supervisors had blank pieces of paper, so when you come up, you'll already have it written. It would help if you don't start to write it as you approach the microphone. Papers and pens are right there on that table in front of me. Motions must be made in the affirmative, no negative motions. Secret ballots must be requested by 5 voters in writing and made before the vote. Challenges to any vote require 7 or more voters immediately after it's announced who can request a written ballot. When speaking of voting, due to the pandemic, as we did last year, all of you should have your voter cards. When we ask for a vote on a motion, we're asking you to raise your cards. I will say in favor or against. If the cards look close and we can't tell who wins, we will have a card count. So we don't require you to yell or scream about whether you're for or against. So all votes will initially be with a show of your card. So it's very important. Make sure you got your voter card. Reasonable discussion on the motion will be made before a call of the question is accepted. A 2/3 vote is required to call the question. Any amendment in financial amounts must be in dollars, not percentages. You must convert whatever you want in percentages to a dollar amount. An appeal of any of my rulings can be made. A majority vote will be required. Robert's Rules of Order is only as a guide. At any time during the meeting, you can alter these rules by a majority vote. All votes will be taken initially, as I said, by a show of voting cards, not by a voice count. Kind of hard to hear who's who with masks on. Does anybody have any questions about the rules? Hearing no objections from the floor, these rules will be adopted for the conduct of this meeting. Now I believe Select Person Darrell Britton has a motion to allow non-voters to speak. Mr. Britton.
I make a motion that the following non-residents to speak during deliberative session: the town manager, the finance director, Greg Colby, both of one, highway supervisor Dan Garlington, library director Cab Venton, Sergeant Jason Mazza, and Detective Kyle Coakley.
Second
Thank
the
you, Mr.
motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Greg Talon. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. You can put them down. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Now I'll move on to the warrant. 2022 Plaistow Town Warrant, State of New Hampshire, to the inhabitants of the town of Plaistow, New Hampshire, in the county of Rockingham in said state, qualified to vote in town affairs. You are hereby notified to meet for the first session of the annual town meeting at Plaistow Public Works Garage, 144F Main Street in said Plaistow on Saturday, February 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the forenoon to explain, discuss, and amend each article and to determine the form of the questions on the ballot, except those warrant articles whose wording is prescribed by law. The snow date will be February 12th. Thank goodness there's no snow today, so we don't need to worry about that. It's not necessary. A final voting on all warrant articles will take place by official ballot at the second session. Therefore, you're notified to meet for the second session at the town meeting at the Plaistow Public Works Garage, 144F Main Street in said Plaistow on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022, from 7 a.m. in the forenoon until 8 p.m. in the afternoon, to elect officers, and to act on the following articles by official ballot voting. The articles beginning with P are set to differentiate the town articles from the school district articles and from the town zoning articles, which begin with Z. The zoning articles are not amended. They were discussed at public hearings with the planning board. They're in the warrant for your review. If you have questions, you can direct them to the planning board. We will only discuss the articles today beginning with P. We do not discuss the school articles, which aren't in your warrant anyways. I am not going to read about the guide. You all can get a copy of the voter guide set out by the selectmen. That's in the back of the room, and I probably posted online if you didn't get a copy. Article P-22-01 is the town elections. It sets forth all the offices and parties and positions you will be voting on. I'm not going to read them. These are set forth by statute. This article is non-amendable, so come to the ballot voting and you get to vote for all of these particular offices. Moving on, Water Service Incentive Program, Article P-22-02. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $450,000 gross budget as may be needed for establishing an interim fund to provide an assistance program to abutting properties to help incentivize connection to the potable water system by providing zero to low interest loans to the property owners to cover the capital costs needed for fees, installation, and other associated costs so they may connect to the potable water system. To further authorize the issuance of not more than $450,000 of bonds and notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33:1 et sequence, and to authorize the Select Board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity or other terms thereof, and to take any other actions the Board deems appropriate to effectuate the sale and the issuance of said bonds, and further, to authorize the Select Board, as applicable, to apply for, obtain, and accept federal, state, or other aids, grants, or other funds, if any, of which may be available for said work that may reduce the amount to be financed with bonds or notes, and to participate in the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, DWSRF, RSA 486:14, established for this purpose, and/or the Drinking Water and Groundwater Trust Fund, NHDWGTF, and to allow the Select Board, as applicable, to expend such monies as they become available and to pass any vote relating thereto. And further, to authorize the Select Board to adopt a betterment plan whereby the cost of the improvements to any privately owned service lines or infrastructure will be assessed to and reimbursed by the owners of those water lines and the infrastructure that are specifically benefited by such improvements, such that the intent is the cost of the program will be paid by the users through betterments and/or user fees. On the ballot, it will take 3/5 of the vote is required. No amount to be raised by taxation. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Do I have a motion to place this warrant article on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Mr. Britton, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Mr. DeRoche. We have a first and a second. I believe Mr. DeRoche, select person, will speak on this. Jay?
Thank you, Mr. Harb. Good morning, everyone. It's quite a wordy warrant article, but the gist of this is to allow the selectmen to be able to help residents that want to connect to the municipal water system do so in a financially responsible way if they are unable to pay for it all up front. So basically, this would be a financing of your connection fee to the water system, and you would pay that back through your monthly or quarterly water bill. The intent of this is to help people connect easier to the system so that you can get clean, potable water into your house. And what the resident will do is they will engage in a plan with the town, and between the town and the resident, they will We'll finance the installation of the connection to the pipeline from the house to the street. Now, me personally, the water line doesn't come by my house, so how does that affect me? Well, I'm not going to be able to connect to it, but I may want to help other residents in town, so, just because it doesn't affect you right away, you might be positively affecting other residents within town. I think that's really all I have to say on that, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Anyone else to speak on this motion? Seeing no one approaching the microphone, no one to speak on the motion, this warrant article P-2202 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on. Replace Fire Department Tower 3 fire truck, Article P-22-03. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,500,000 gross budget for the replacement of the fire department's Tower 3 fire truck, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $1,500,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the municipal officials to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon. 3/5 ballot vote is required for passage of this warrant article. No amount to be raised by new taxation, recommended by the Board of Selectmen 500, and the Budget Committee 601. Do I have a motion to place this article on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by two selectmen. This time I'll pick Mr. Talon, and maybe Mr. Darrell Britton will second. You have that, Martha? Okay, thank you. First to speak on this, Select Person Coy. Bill Coy. Bill?
Yep, thank you. The fire chief has determined that the Tower 3 truck needs to be replaced in 2022. The truck currently is experiencing some safety-related mechanical problems that cannot easily or inexpensively be replaced. So basically, what this article says, it gives the authority to go up to, 1.5 million. I know the chief is working on some grants to lower that, so that we hopefully wouldn't have to use that full amount. I know the chief wanted to speak a little more.
Thank you, Select Person. The chief is approaching the mic. Your name and address, chief.
That again. Chris Knutson, Fire Chief. I live at 3 Wildbrook Drive. So our tower truck is 31 years old. Our district demographics well exceed the requirements to need a ladder truck in our response area, or within 2.5 miles of the buildings that we have. The department has participated in a CIP program for a number of years to replace apparatus. The problem is with that is the projections of cost and replacement when that program was implemented is not meeting the need for the funding. So we looked at several different options to replace our equipment without impacting the taxpayer on what they're used to paying currently. So what we're asking the taxpayers to do is to approve this article, which would give us authority to go after bond funds to give us the money up front to purchase the equipment that we need, and then have a payment plan to, pay that bond back. The current CIP is taking $140,000 a year from the taxpayers for our apparatus fund. If this warrant article passes, that CIP will be dissolved. We will no longer ask for $140,000 a year for apparatus replacement. The payment on this ladder truck is going to be right around $100,000 a year. So we're actually taking what you're used to paying and lowering that by $40,000 a year. In the future, the next need, because it comes up, well, what if when you need something else? Now what is it going to cost us? The next major purchase we would have in several years down the road would be an engine. That wouldn't add $40,000 back to that. So when that day comes, we would be now right back to where we are today. So for the next several years, we could lower your payment to $40,000 less a year. It gets us the equipment that we need to provide a high-quality service that this town needs to have. It gives us that money up front to purchase that. We looked at several different funding models, and this is the best funding model, I think, that benefits the fire department, benefits public safety, also benefits the taxpayer. So to give you an example of the needs of this apparatus in 2021, It should have responded to at least 58 calls for service. It was out of service last year for 45 days or a month and a half. It's pretty much been an average. The town's already spent over right at $100,000 having to make repairs to it. To fix it is another $40,000, and the vendors are telling us that they're not even going to guarantee that they could fix it. So after we even spend that money, it still might not work correctly. So I don't think it's responsible to go down the path of fixing it. Buying a used apparatus brings several problems. Responsibly buying a used apparatus, you should be asking the vendor that's selling it the last 3 to 5 years of maintenance records, so you can see how much that department's been paying to keep that apparatus fixed. Obviously, these pieces of equipment are expensive, so typically when a department's wanting to get rid of it, it's because it's got problems. So I don't think it's responsible to spend $300,000-$400,000 on somebody else's problems. This apparatus will last this town 30 years. There's no reason why a ladder truck wouldn't last this town for at least 30 years. So, and all in all, it's, I think, a good investment for the department and for the taxpayer.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else to speak on this warrant article? Seeing nobody approaching the mic, Article P-2203 will appear on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I move that Articles P-2202 and P-2203 be removed from reconsideration.
Restrict reconsideration?
Yes.
I believe that's what you meant to say,
Yes.
right?
I'll second.
We have a second by Jay, made by Greg Talon. All those in favor of restricting review on P-2202 and 03, please raise your cards. Thank you. Put them down. Any objections? Motion passes. And just for the record, Dean Zanello's doing a great job with the cable to broadcast this live, simulcast on all the cable channels. But he did tell me there may be some disruption occasionally with the online viewing. As we do at the State House, I need to mention that that's not part of this deliberative session. It's put out there for the public as a convenience, so if the cable breaks down, we will still continue with the meeting for those present, just as a point of reference. Thank you. Operating budget, general fund, Article P-2204. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget, posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $10,508,555. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget will be $10,302,270 with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral X and XI, to take up the issue of a revised budget only. Majority vote required. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0-0, and the Budget Committee, 7-0-0. Do I have a motion to place this article on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I believe Darrell Britton seconded it. Thank you. I believe Robert Zukas, our Budget Chair, will speak on this article. Mr. Zukas.
Yes, I think on the article this year, we didn't see major increases on the budget. If you go through with general government, we saw a small increase in personnel and administration. Going down through the public safety, everything else, we were pretty close all the way along. We did see a small increase in the highway and streets this year. And sanitation took up a large, one of the larger increases under the new contract, and the new tipping and disposal rates did increase. We had, with welfare was increased this year due to a lot of families still being affected by COVID and needing assistance. We still have, we saw an uptick in that, so that was increased this year. If you go through, we see that Parks and Recreation went up a little. The other one was the 15,000 for Old Home Day was put back into the budget this year. Changed from the dollar it was last year to 15,000. Then going down through, there wasn't much other increases. We don't have, they did reduce or ended up moving some of the capital outlay, which was the land, the machinery and stuff. Those were then moved into the different accounts that they were supposed to be. So you'll see, when you see all these zeros and special reserve funds and things, that's because this year they moved them into the proper accounts they were supposed to be for accounting purposes, to make it a lot easier to understand and see. So this year, we did see a small increase with the operating and transfer accounts, and the only difference is now the budget did go up due to some of these expenditures, but that's pretty much, unless there's other questions of exactly how much or where it went, that's pretty much the outlay of the MS 737 this year.
Thank you, Mr. Zoukis. Someone to speak on this? I see someone approaching the mic.
Hi, Dennis Heffen, 4 Secluded Circle. Just a couple questions to the Budget Committee. I do see the legal budget there had increased by 11%. I know last year there was a talk of a lot of right-to-know requests and so forth. Can we talk about that a little bit, Bob?
Yes, well, Greg, can you explain on the legal, what we had last year compared to this year? I know we upped it for that reason.
The amount was up last year for right-to-know requests, which we still receive a number of them per week, but we also have some outstanding issues that we're anticipating will need to be addressed during 2022 as well.
So we are still seeing a number of right-to-know requests, despite, I will say, in my humble opinion, that, you know, things have turned around and there is a lot more information out there.
Yes, we do. The source of many of those from the previous year has been very quiet, but we see a significant uptick in other areas from right to know.
Okay, thank you. And the other, just 2 other questions. Planning, I do see an increase there in zoning, and with planning, that's pretty much a wash, correct? I would say that's with a lot more activity going on in town. Is that correct?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, that doesn't, this year it also included the building, or now that they're moved into the other building. No, that is not on that?
The increase is due to twofold. Yes, there is an uptick in the needs of the department, but also that line item for salaries was level funded last year, even though there were contractual raises. So that all represents, in effect, 2 years worth of budget money for adequate pay for the employees of that department.
Great. And just the other question, first of all, I didn't say it, but I want to thank you all for the work that you do for the town. I know it is a thankless job, but it is much appreciated. The general government buildings, with the increase we're seeing around fuel costs that we're all experiencing, is that something we feel is going to be an issue within the town in this coming year?
Well, hopefully the budget is enough to cover it. Similar to the planning budget, the Budget Committee level funded that general government building line item last year, even though we brought this garage online and also the town hall annex online. So that increase really is 2 years, if you will, of increases.
And as far as the solar goes, are we seeing a significant savings with that also?
Yet to be determined. We just got our first monthly report. It came online in December by the time we were all said and done with proper approvals and the like. And we just got our first report in December, and I believe the solar company said that they did it did better than what they even expected for the month,
Great,
so.
great. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any further comments on this warrant article? Name and address.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. How do we get to a point where we have a budget and we pare it down to make sure that it doesn't ever increase every year? What do we need to do to get to a point where the increases stop happening?
Well, I could say that when our budget's put forward each year, it keeps going. You see a large increase with a lot of warrant articles. It seems that we also, when you vote on an article that adds more money to the budget or anything, you're going to see an increase in your taxes. People think that when you look at this and you see, okay, we've gone up a little on, say, for different personnel. There's all kinds of reasons why the town budget goes up, but we've, as a boards, we've done better at breaking down a lot of things and not squeezing them into your budget so that you end up having to pay for it. You'll see more and more budgets coming out lately that ask the townspeople to vote, do you want to raise your taxes by voting this in or by approving that? And that's where the control comes from. As far as I can see, a lot of things that are big dollar items, if every time you vote for something that says that it's going to increase taxes or be appropriated through taxation, you'll see an increase in your taxes. We can only do so much to keep the budget down. As you'll see, a lot of them are level funded. We didn't increase a lot. We've done with worked with what we have available, and they're very, very tight budget. But you'll see a large increase when you see something that's raised by large dollars. It's got to come from somewhere, and every time something's voted in on that way, you're going to see an increase.
No, understood that. And unfortunately, most things get voted in.
I'm sorry,
But-
just 1 second. I can't even, yeah.
It's hard to hear with the heat going on, but I
Yeah.
know some of us
Maybe
would
if you
like to be
speak up a little
warm.
louder, I'm sorry.
It'll go down.
No, I was just saying, unfortunately, most things get voted in this town regardless of, probably due to participation or lack of participation. Whoever is running each department doesn't start with the mindset of, we're not going to grow this budget, we are going to keep it level or decrease it by doing X. But it doesn't seem like cuts readily happen, just more expansion year to year, another increased budget. It's been that way for a decade since I've been here, and, I guess I'd like to challenge others to not approve everything and understand that it has an effect, and also challenge the town to live within its means. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's a point of order, but I just want to, I guess maybe an explanation or clarification. On the warrant article P2204, where it's talking about the default budget being $302,270. There's a variance between what is being indicated on the MSDTB form of $431,200. So there are two different numbers with respect to what the default budget is we're talking about. So I guess my question is, should it be rather $10,733,570 or $10,302,270? And it looks like that's the default appropriation for the next warrant article, which would be $431,300. So we have two different numbers, and if someone wants to speak to that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Colby if he's able to respond to that question. His question, if you couldn't hear it, was how come the MS shows a different number in last year's budget, the default budget, than on the warrant article.
The default budget that's been approved by the Board of Selectmen of approximately $10.7 million in that handout is made up of the Water Department default budget and the General Fund operate default budget. Make up what's on that form.
It's different from what's, we're being asked to vote on, is my point.
So, Mr. Colby, is the Water Department budget and their default not included in 2204? That's why it's lower? That's what his question is.
If you take the $431,300 of the Water Department default budget and add that to the 10.3 million that's included in the warrant article, it should total the 10.7 million on the default budget form that was approved by the board. Does it not?
It does if you add it back in, but the warrant that we're considering is the default, has the default budget number. And it says that the default budget number is 10 million, well, 10.3 million. The default budget calculation on the MSDTB form is 10.7 million. The next warrant article says that in the event that the water budget isn't authorized by voters, then the default number of 430, which is the variance, 431,000 is to be considered the default budget. So my question is, in voting on the default budget number, shouldn't we be voting on the $10.7 million value? Because regardless of what, it's part of the default budget calculation. Why isn't it included in the default budget number that we're being asked to vote on?
There's two warrants.
There's two warrants. It is being considered separately under each warrant.
All right, so if the default budget were to pass, budget is the default budget, and if the water budget department budget doesn't pass, it has a default number of $431,000.
Correct.
So you're saying the default budget then would be that we just voted to say was going to be 10.3 would be plussed up to 10.7?
There's two different default budgets. That's what I think you get a little bit confused, is that it's not just one default budget. There's a default budget for the operating budget, and there's a default budget for the water budget. They're two separate things. On the form that you were referring to, they add those two together.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So you have a default budget number.
It's how that form is filled out is a little bit confusing because it's condensed together. But here we're voting on two separate budgets, both of them having their own default budget. And they're independent. So if one doesn't pass and the other one does pass, we treat them separately. Does that make sense?
No, but
Can I also add that all of these forms have been reviewed by the State of New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration, and all of the warrant articles have also been approved by Department of Revenue Administration, and everything as presented has been approved by them. There are no issues with them.
Well, to that point, since you brought it up, this default budget calculation has not been reviewed by the Budget Committee, okay? It was asked for prior to, our last meeting. You were asked to present a analysis or a reconciliation of that default budget so that we could have this type of discussion.
And that was provided to the board, to the Budget Committee.
I respectfully disagree. What was provided to the board was inadequate by any standards of accounting. So, and I indicated that when I responded back, that this was unacceptable. I got a 47-page copy of screen prints that basically were what we previously had and was not a reconciliation of the default budget. All right, so I don't think it's confusing. It's needlessly opaque. All right, and I'm just saying that the Budget Committee did not get this, an analysis wasn't presented, and these types of discussions weren't made to us. This This default budget form that you have here, this is the first time I've seen it walking in. So,
That was
leave it at
passed
that.
out of the previous Budget Committee meeting several weeks ago. You may not have attended, but it was
Oh,
there.
no, it's, I asked for reconciliation and you didn't provide.
Thank you, ma'am. Your name and address?
Leah McKean, 31 Sunrise Terrace. I just wanted to address the whole budget continuously going up. Unfortunately, it's the times. There's nothing we can do. COVID has increased prices of everything, so we do need to take that into account. We do have to take into account that we have people that work for this town, and in a job that I have, I get not only merit raises, but cost of living raises because our cost of living goes up. So we do need to take that into account and consider the people that work in this town and consider the fact that they need cost of living raises in addition to the fact that just even like the jobs that we have to do now cost more. It's not a standard thing. It's not a Plaistow thing. It's really a countrywide issue right now that everything costs more. So we have to take into account that I think that not only did our budget committee and our board of selectmen do a really good job of trying to limit where we're expanding our costs, I think our fire chief has gone above and beyond, and he's found a number of things to help in cutting the costs. And so I'd like to give you guys a lot of credit. I know that the budget goes up. It goes up everywhere. It goes up in our houses, it goes up everywhere. And unfortunately, as a community, we have to help support our town in the water, in the recreations, in every aspect of our town, our community. It's the cost of living. Everything goes up. So I appreciate you guys limiting the amount that goes up, but it's understandable. So I know that's just a statement, but I do want to thank you guys because I know that you've done well in limiting how far things have gone up.
Mr.
Thank you.
Moderator.
Is there anyone else to speak before Mr. Heffernan speaks for the second time? Mr. Talion.
I just want to communicate some analysis that was done. I worked with the Budget Committee this year, and we looked at the last 12 years, 2010 to 2021, at the increase of the town budget. And for those 12 years, it increased on average 2.9%, which is under a very, very conservative 3% for cost of living that most financial analysis does. So even though we go up and down through the years, on the average, we have had a very, very tight control of the budget. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak before Mr. Heffernan for the second time?
Dennis Heffernan, 4 Secluded Circle. And just to speak to some of Mr. LeBrec's points, I do hear your pain. I hear you. The budget goes up every year. As somebody who sat on the budget committee in town for 6 years and the school for 3 years, it is frustrating when you sit there, when you see the fixed cost and how much control you have over that as a town or a school district. I'll just say that a lot of costs, the burden is coming back to the town from the state as far as the retirement and different things along that. And there's so many fixed costs around salaries and contracted salaries. We just recently negotiated with our police department an increase, which is muchly deserved with our police department. So the frustrating part is there's so many fixed costs that you don't have control over, that the budget committee and the selectmen do a good job with looking at some of that and making some of those cuts. I know when I was on the budget committee, it's painful. You go through everything and try to look where you can do cuts. I will say our town boards, they do an outstanding job of presenting their budgets and bringing it to the town. Unfortunately, there's things that happen in this town, that have happened in this town, that are going to burden us for a long time. We have a new town manager in place, Mr. Colby, who I have all the confidence in, working with him for a couple of years. And I think we are moving in the right direction, but unfortunately, we are going to feel the pain of what has happened in this town in the past. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article?
Kate Sherman DeRoche, 20 Sunrise Terrace. I just wanted to point out for people at home that don't have the same paperwork that we do, it was mentioned that recreation was one of the reasons that the budget went up. It just so that people understand, it went up $649. It was not a large increase. It was one of the smallest increases that is reflected on this sheet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, find 649 to not spend seems like an easy ask, but to keep it level. But that's not why I'm coming back up. So I want to talk about this budget. What does it include for any cost associated with the new fire truck?
Someone wish to answer his question? Does the budget at all include anything for the new fire truck? I see the budget committee saying no.
No, it does not.
Just for purposes of speaking to that point, the Budget Committee did not get a presentation this year about the CIP accounts. So there is a CIP account that was referenced by the chief, and it does have a certain balance. He did provide a narrative about probably what it's going to be spoken for in the future, because I believe there is some equipment that is slated to be replaced, and it's probably earmarked for that replacement. But part of that discussion, at least publicly, should have been like, there is a CIP account. This is how much money is in it. And the intent for funding this bond article to buy this vehicle doesn't contemplate using it, or it does contemplate using it, but we didn't have that information. Additionally, there are impact fees that this town does get with respect to use and things like that. And some of those, I believe, are earmarked for equipment replacement and things like that. Again, that's part of the narrative that I think we should have had, but that was not presented to us, and I haven't seen any information to that effect.
So from a budget perspective, from my understanding, the current truck, ladder truck, is the default response vehicle to other towns. Have we looked at, as we're replacing this truck, have we looked at charging other towns for their systematic use of our equipment and a shared cost arrangement if other towns default to our town for a piece of equipment? And I'm not talking about based on the number of alarms, we're going to back up a town. From what I understand, some towns, our equipment rolls whenever such alarm happens because they don't have the capability. And we're enabling them to not have the capability by supporting them regularly. I've heard up, as far away as Merrimack, Mass, utilizes our equipment. Has the town looked into working out arrangements with other towns to have a shared cost for that equipment, both from a purchase and an operating expense perspective?
I could speak on, and the chief is behind you, he can explain that too, but to even contemplate entering into an agreement or to charge another town would be detrimental to the town, because that's part of what the mutual aid program is. We've had several times when there's been major catastrophes, and yes, Plaistow has responded, so has in other towns. When it comes to something in this town that was to be catastrophic or need mutual aid, and we have had many accounts, departments come from all over to help, because be it you or any other person in this town, should you need assistance and it's a time of day when there's not that much equipment available or many manpower, you'd be thankful that that truck showed up, that ladder truck showed up, or whatever piece of equipment rolled to your house. You don't care what town it comes from. So, no, I wouldn't even entertain us charging another town for the use of the truck unless they asked us to come down with the ladder truck to fix their clock tower because they couldn't reach it. That would be something different. But we don't, the chief will explain, I don't think we roll the truck as often as you think we do to places unless a mutual aid is required. When their alarm goes off, Plaistow does not roll.
No, I mean, I understand mutual aid. I'm not saying that we shouldn't support other towns and other towns shouldn't support us. But when other towns plan on our support because they can purposefully not purchase equipment because they know we have it and we're going to respond, that's what I'm talking about. And I think that's going on. So other towns are playing us in that regard by not equipping themselves to handle issues because they know we have the capability and we're going to respond at free of charge to them. So it's a convenient issue from another town. You know, for instance, if we didn't have the equipment, who would respond? Probably Haverhill. Would Haverhill like it? I don't know. But, you know, I would think that if our plan was to use them, they would have issue with that. And I think other towns plan to utilize our equipment and as such don't plan for needing the equipment themselves.
Do you have a town in mind that you feel we run to a lot, or is this just general?
I don't know the statistics. I've heard that the town of Merrimack used to have a truck, got rid of it because Plaistow responds. Maybe that may be correct or not. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. But in general, I think, you know, I think there is that situation where we're regularly responding with certain equipment because other towns don't have that equipment. That, you know, how many towns respond to us because we don't have equipment, I guess would be the question.
I understand.
That's a question for the fire chief, and I understand.
Yeah,
that
he
he'd
could
ask that
probably
separately from
express
here.
that better.
Why don't we let the budget committee and then the chief speak? They may answer your question.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that Chief Knudsen is the expert in this position, so I'd say let's let him speak and answer your question.
Chief Knudsen?
So I'm going to go back to the very first question is the operating budget impacted by the purchase of the ladder truck? And it's absolutely not.
Can't
The
hear
fire department
anything.
actually turned in a level funded budget for this year, so there's no increase in our department being responsible with the money that's been assigned to us and then going after grant
Excuse me,
funds to
Chief.
make up any differences.
Can you just talk into the microphone because we can't hear you up here as well?
And Dean,
Thank you.
Can we
Can you hear me now?
turn that mic up a little more, or no?
Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can you hear me? No? Want me to stand over here? Will that be better?
We can hear you.
No, we can hear you in the mic.
Which one's better, this way?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first question is did our ladder truck impact the operating budget? Absolutely not. We turned in a level funded budget this year. We offset any increases with, I believe there's 7 different departments or towns that are coming to us. You specifically mentioned Merrimack, Massachusetts. I think last year we might have sent the ladder truck there twice in the entire year for actually working fires. How automatic and mutual aid works is the town decides what resources they would need for that call. There's no need for us to send something that wouldn't benefit the type of call they're having. So it depends on what kind of call it is what they're requesting for us to send, and it's the same for us. It would absolutely be not cost effective for us to start charging because we receive mutual aid to this town a whole lot more than we give mutual aid to other towns. So if we started charging them for service, they're going to turn around and charge us for service, and our bill would be greatly more than what funds we would get back from that. That system's in place because small towns like what we make up this district here, or this community, can't afford to have the resources that they need to have a full alarm assignment to an emergency. These towns could afford to have an initial response and then require resources from other communities to help offset that. It's the same way, you know, if we wanted to provide 100% protection in this town, we'd have to hire a whole lot more people and buy a lot more apparatus and say, okay, we're not going to ask for any help. But no towns around here do that. Even the bigger cities like Haverhill don't do that. We're on their run cards, we help them, they come and help us as well. So that's not going to be a revenue stream that I would recommend to help offset the budget. I think, did that answer your question?
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else to speak on this warrant article? Seeing none, nobody approaching the mic. Article P-22.
We do. Gentleman right here.
Again.
Back.
Just one more brief question. Ryan from 174 Main Street. On the water department operating budget, why does the water department need a separate budget from, why isn't it included in the general operating budget?
That budget is funded for and paid for by the water users themselves, so that no taxpayer money will go towards the water expenses. That's why they are separate.
That's the explanation.
Okay, so there's $493,000 remaining in it. So, next year, I assume we're going to see another one of these debiting from that 493. When that gets below theoretically 431,000, where and the dollars from the proceeds from the water don't cover it, what happens then?
I don't know that I understand your question. Our budget that we're anticipating for next year is $431,000. We have enterprise fund has a surplus of the 493 at the end of the year. That's used for emergencies. It's used for capital outlay. It would be used for if the water commissioners decide to expand, the system and build, more lines and the like. So we would hope to generate revenue to equal the budget. That is a buffer, if you will, similar to the general fund unassigned fund balance.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article? Name and address.
Julian Kishka, 1 May Ray Avenue. I just want to clarify something because I didn't really hear the answers. And I'm sorry I missed I got here too late for the fire truck part. But when you talk about the operating budget, and the question came up that why isn't let's say the new fire truck is being purchased, not on the operating budget. It's comparable to getting a pre-approval for a loan. Your payments don't go up, whatever, until you actually purchase the house in the end. So when you vote yes for the fire truck article, it doesn't show up in your current budget. But when the time comes to purchase it, it will show up in your future operating budgets, because then you have to start making the payments for the next 20 years. So that's something you have to consider. The way the operating budget works, you don't have it in your current budget until you actually purchase something. So those are the things you have to consider. You can't change the current operating budget. It is what it is. But you do have a large effect on next year's budget, and the year after that, and the year after that, when you vote for items on the warrant articles. I find it very misleading, and I see this every single year. And I spent 6 years as a selectman, and I always was in disagreement with some of the statements. No amount to be raised by new taxation. It's not untrue, but it's extremely misleading, because you will be paying for those taxes when the purchase is made. So that's just something I wanted to clarify. And I missed the thing. I don't know what the difference was for whether we actually ever got the number. I was at the hearing for the fire truck. I heard selectmen ask the question, what was the cost to just repair and replace and refurbish the current fire truck? I don't know if that was possibly answered prior to me arriving, because that's a big point. What's the difference between buying a new one and totally refurbishing what we have? And I know that the fire department takes very good care of their equipment. Been there many a times. It's always been taken care of very well, kept indoors and kept out of the whatever. So age isn't the factor, it's a matter of condition. So I hope that, I just wanted to bring up the fact that the way that how it affects the operating budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And for your clarification or edification, those numbers were mentioned earlier when you were not here. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Carrie Patlas, 260B Main Street. I just wanted to also remind people that what you have in front of you are summary budgets for your default. You're seeing a total number for each department, and then that summary sheet that, again, the people at home don't have, gives you the difference between, last year and this year. I'd encourage each person that questions what's in these budgets for these departments to compare last year's budget to this year's budget for that department, line by line. I don't know that it's not available here today in print. I don't know if it's available on the website or in the town report, or if it's available upon request. But you may see an increase in a department, but when you compare the programming and the line items in the department from 2021 and to 2022, you'll see that there are things that have changed, things have been removed, or programming that has changed, and we're being creative in certain departments to place programming through a different fund and remove it from the actual budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P-22-04 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on, Operating Budget, Water Department, Article P-22-05. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget for the Water Department, not including appropriations by special warrant and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant, or as amended by vote of the first session, for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $431,300. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $431,300, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral X and XI, to take up the issue of a revised budget only. Majority vote required. Total appropriations, $431,300. Withdrawn from the Water Enterprise Funds, $431,300. No amount to be raised by new taxation, zero. Balance in Water Enterprise Fund as of 12/31/21, $493,994. This article was recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by
Second.
Greg Talion and seconded by Darrell Britton. And I believe Darrell Britton will speak to this. Mr. Britton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the basic part of this whole thing is this is what it's going to cost us to operate the water system. We'll be collecting that money back. We're collecting money back now. This part of the water system also includes the fire suppression, which we collect money on. So the more users we have, the easier it'll be, but it'll all be refundable back to the town. So, and at some point in time, we hope not to be a profit center, but, to be able to make money to take care of any other additions or subtractions or whatever we have to do to the water system. I encourage you to move forward with this one.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Anyone else to speak on this article?
Barbara Kishka, 1 Mayray. I just wanted to point out that the enterprise fund for the water has nothing to do with taxation, so the no amount to be raised by new taxation could actually be changed to be no amount to be raised by taxation. It's totally funded by the water users. It's a separate account, as Mr. Colby has pointed out several times, so this is a very good thing. We should definitely pursue this.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P-22-05 will appear on the ballot as written.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Harb.
I move that Articles P-22-04 and P-22-05 be restricted from reconsideration.
Restrict reconsideration of
I'll
those
second.
articles. I have a second, I believe, from Jay DeRoche. All those in favor, please raise your card. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on, collective bargaining agreement, CBA, police union. Article P-22-06. Shall the town vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, reached between the town of Plaistow and the Plaistow Police Union, Teamsters Local 633, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing level. Current year, 1 April 22 to 31 March 23, $255,055. 1 April 23 to 31 March 24, $139,849. 1 April 24 to 31 March 25, $147,603. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $191,291 for the current fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would have been paid at the current staffing levels. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 701. Do I have a motion to place this article on the ballot as written?
So-
Made.
Made by Mr.
Second.
Britton,
Second.
seconded by Mr. DeRoche. To speak on this, I believe Mr. Talion will speak on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Our police department previously do not have a contract, and the rates that we are currently paying our police officers is at the low end of surrounding towns. Why is this a concern? It's because we lose officers to other towns because they are able to pay even 50 cents or $1 more an hour than we are. With this new contract, we bring the salaries to the midpoint, not to the high point, but to the midpoint. And this helps us in recruiting officers from other departments as well as retaining the current officers that we currently have. This is a big difficulty in the state right now. We are losing town employees. They're going to where they can get paid the most. So hopefully this contract will be passed and we will be able to retain our police officers and the great job that they do in providing us with a safe town.
Thank you, Mr. Talion.
Moderator, talk on to this
Mr.
also.
Britton?
Ladies and gentlemen, I had the pleasure of sitting on the bargaining committee representing the town. And I will tell you, this wasn't a giveaway by any means. Both sides conceded. Both sides got some things that they wanted. But it was a very fair and collective bargaining situation that we had. The numbers that we have now, as Greg said, are medium. They're not high by any means. And to me, you have to take and at least give a living wage, and I really mean that, a living wage, because some of our officers, especially the junior officers, could easily go down to Walmart or a place like that and get that same money. I don't want somebody that's putting their life on the line and putting, anybody else's life on the line, not making the appropriate amount of money it takes to train them, have them, and keep them here. It costs us a fortune to rotate new police officers in. So this was, again, not a giveaway, but just something to try to bring us back into where we should be. And I wholeheartedly hope that you support this.
Thank you. Speaker at the mic.
Dennis Heffernan for Secluded Circle. When we talk about, how low currently they are being paid compared to other towns around us, can you talk to how many vacancies currently exist in the police department due to that?
I can only talk to it, Dennis, as to how many came and went because of it. We've probably lost at least a half a dozen. I think we have one vacancy now. We had two, but I could be wrong. If there may be still two, but I know it's at least one. I think that people are taking a different attitude now because there's a different attitude to be taken there. So I'm hoping that that'll curb what was a systemic problem.
Well said, Darrell. And as far as Any changes with regard to health insurance that the current department pays and what that looks like, the breakdown?
I think Greg can.
There's no change to the health insurance. It still is the 85-15, 85% paid by the town, 15% paid by the employee.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just keep in mind, Dennis, that all the health insurance across the board went up.
Yeah, yeah, like everything else, right?
Anyone else to speak on this article?
Nolan Pillage here, 24 North Ave. It's just a point of inquiry. You said that the starting salary was the same as Walmart, so would you clarify what that is?
Well, we had some people that were making in the $14 an hour range.
As full-time officers, it was $14 an hour
Yes.
with benefits and everything?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P-22-06 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on.
Mr. Harb,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article P-22-06.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Talion. All those in favor of the motion, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? The ayes have it. P-2206, restricted from reconsideration. Moving on. Special town meeting for defeated collective bargaining agreement, CBA. Article P-2207, shall the town, if Article P-2206 is defeated, authorize the Board of Selectmen to call one special meeting at its option to address warrant Article P-22-06, cost items only. Majority vote required. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DeRoche. I believe Mr. Coy is going to speak to this article.
This is kind of pretty basic. Basically, if the previous article, P-2206, is defeated, and then if this article passes, then the Board of Selectmen may, if they choose to call a special town meeting, to vote on the cost items for the CBA only. So this only comes into effect if the previous one is defeated.
Anyone to speak on this article? Seeing none, Article P-2207 will appear on the ballot as written. Contingency Fund, Article P-2208. Shall the town vote to establish a contingency fund for the current year for unanticipated expenses that may arise, and further to raise and appropriate $80,000 to put into the fund? This sum to come from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Any appropriation left in the fund at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $80,000. Withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $80,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in the general fund, unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/21, $2,635,776. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot is written.
So moved.
Second.
Second, I believe, was Mr. Britton. First was Mr. Zukas. Any questions? Anybody to speak? I believe, Mr. DeRoche, are you going to speak on this article?
Yes. The contingency fund was set up to allow the town for unanticipated expenses if a septic were to fail or a bridge were to collapse or something. I hate to use that example, I'm sorry. But if a septic failed or a roof had an issue and we weren't anticipating that, this money is set aside for those expenses. If we don't expend any of the money, it goes back into the general fund. This past year, out of the $80,000, we did expend $60,000 for unanticipated expenses. So this is just a tool that allows us to handle those unanticipated expenses. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
What's the average amount utilized over the last 3 or 4 years, do you know?
I don't have the average over the last 3 or 4 years, or I do?
That's just last year.
Oh, okay.
It's hard, I mean, I believe in 2020, it was very low usage. This year was a much higher usage, so I do not have an average number.
Hey, Dean, can you turn the mic on for us?
Check 1, 2. Would you be able to tell me what that was spent, that 60,000 was spent on last year in that budget?
We spent $2,250 on highway contract. And Mr. Coley could speak a little more to that if we need to. We had vehicle repairs that were unanticipated in the amount of $15,000.
Is there a vehicle fund? What would make it unanticipated versus routine maintenance?
A blown engine in a police cruiser.
Yep.
That was, what I recall was part of that. And then some significant fire department maintenance issues with one of the vehicles as well.
Is that the ladder truck? Is that the one that was on the, or is that a different vehicle?
I don't recall. I'd have to ask the chief.
I believe it was for one of the rescue vehicles.
Yeah, and that was up around
Eight.
$8.
I think it was like $8,000 or $9,000 for that, so this would be a total of multiple repairs that we had to expend for.
So I'm sorry, it was 2,000, then it was 15?
So there were three things. The highway contract, which was $2,250. Vehicle repairs, which came out to be $15,956. And then we had other legal matters with the police matter that was about $42,000.
$42,000 in legal fees for police?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And to clarify that highway amount, that went back to 2014. By the time the state did their final audit of the 125 expansion, we were responsible for another $2,200. So I
guess I have a follow-up question. Is there a line item budget for police with a legal fund? Is that something that they typically carry? What would make this unanticipated?
There is no legal line in the police budget. We have a separate legal line. This was unanticipated, where we had to do an internal audit and have other legal fees expended.
Would this be something that could happen again? Is this something that we should be building into the budget? That seems like a very considerable amount of money.
Yes. There is anticipated, in anticipation of items, the legal budget was increased this year. So that's what you'll see in the budget line items.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing none, Article P-22-08 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, sir.
I would ask that Articles P-2207 and P-2208 be restricted from reconsideration.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration.
I'll second.
And a second by Mr. DeRoche. If you're in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your card. Thank you. And opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Motion passed. Create and deposit to reevaluation capital reserve fund, Article P-22-09. Shall the town vote to establish a reevaluation capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 to fund to meet our constitutional and statutory requirement that assessments are at full and true value at least as often as every fifth year, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $35,000 to be placed into this fund. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $35,000. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this article on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Britton. I believe, Mr. Blinn, welcome. You're going to speak on this, I think.
Yes, the town is required to keep the values of the property fairly close to the assessment every fifth year. So what we want to do is create a fund so as that we'll have money to be able to do the revaluation and keep this valuations as close as possible to what the state requires. That's about it.
Thank you. Anyone to speak on this article? Seeing no one approaching the mic and no hands raised, Article P-2209 will appear on the ballot as written.
Make a motion to restrict reconsideration of
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
P-2209.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Talion. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your card. Thank you. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on. Deposit to Highway Equipment Trust Fund, Article P-22-10. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the existing Highway Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund? Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $50,000. Balance in Highway Department Equipment Expendable Trust Fund, as of 12/31/21, $155,674.14. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion.
Second.
Seconded by, I believe, Mr. Britton. And Mr. Britton, you're going to speak on this, I think.
This is essentially you'll see it throughout the budget for different things, but the savings account, the capital reserve account. We have very, very expensive equipment here. It's replaced on an orderly basis and as needed especially. If we don't do this, then we have spikes in the taxes. And the last thing we wanted to do is have the spike in the taxes. We'd rather take and have the taxes level out as much as we can. And by doing this, we're setting the money aside and allowing for the equipment to be bought when it needs to be bought without having to come to the town and ask for $100,000 or $200,000 or even $20,000 for equipment.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing none, Article P-22-10 will appear on the ballot as written.
I'll make a motion to restrict reconsideration of P-2210.
Motion to restrict reconsideration. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. Talion. All in favor to restrict, please raise your card. Thank you. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on. Deposit to Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund. Article P-22-11. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $140,000 to be added to the existing Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund? Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $140,000. Balance in Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund, as of 12/31/21, $375,916.99. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 601. Have a motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Mr.
Second.
Talion, I believe. Seconded by Mr. Britton. Mr. Talion, you're going to speak on this.
Yes. So this is a similar to the last one. We basically are putting money away into a savings account so that when major expenses come down the line, we're able to purchase them. As mentioned before, the Tower 3, we've had that for over 30 years, Chief. So had we been putting a portion of that for 30 years, we would have had the total amount to be able to pay for a brand new one. Unfortunately, we did not do that. So we are trying to separate that and pay for it through a bond. There are other expenses coming down the line. There's a Rescue 2 vehicle that estimated at $240,000. There's a Forestry 4 vehicle for $60,000 and a command car for $50,000. So, so those, if we continue to put this money away, when those cars need to be replaced, we will be able to have the total funds to be able to pay for them.
Thank you. Chief?
Fire Chief Chris Knutson, 3 Wild Brook. I just wanted to clarify what this warrant article is about, because if the bond goes through for the fire truck, this warrant article won't appear anymore in the town budget. So when you bring up about the operating budget, and that's going to impact taxes, the new plan for vehicle replacement is to go after a bond for the ladder truck, and then when we need a new engine in 5-6 years, whenever that is, go after a bond, which would put the payment back to 140. But to get us to where we need to be, you can see we don't have the money in the account to get there. The ambulance needs to be replaced. We just lost it for right at 2 months. The town didn't have an ambulance in town if we would have needed it because of repairs. It's got a lot of age on it. The repairs are becoming more expensive and taking longer to fix, to find parts, or having to make parts for it. So that's going to be a $300,000 purchase. So that would come out of this fund balance. Some of the command cards would come out of this fund balance. We left this in this year's budget just in case the bond request warrant fails. We didn't want to get further behind with collecting annual money for the CIP. So if the bond passes, the payment would not come due in this year's budget. It would come due in the 2023 budget. And then that's when we would take and we would not put this warrant article in there anymore. So you're actually, if you wanted to say this was going to be part of your operating funds or your taxes, it would actually be reduced by $40,000 a year.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else to speak on this warrant article?
Barbara Kishko, 1 Mayray. I understand capital reserve funds have some limitations. Are we able to use some of that money to rehab and the existing equipment, or is it only purchasing stuff?
Can you answer that, Mr. Colby?
I'd have to look at the specifics, but I believe it's only for the purchasing of new. This is a capital reserve fund, not an expendable trust fund. So maintenance, routine maintenance and the like would not be out of this fund.
So where would the money for a major overhaul come from if we decided to go that route?
It would need to be raised and appropriated.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Julie Lebrecht, 174 Main Street. Just for clarification, when we have a warrant article for a new ladder truck and then we have this balance capital reserve, does this mean this one can be used for that in the future if they have enough money in it, or are big items always going to be separate? How does that work?
All large items could be purchased from this fund. That's what the intent of it was. We right now only have a balance of $375,000 in this fund, so we have not built it up to the point where we could purchase a ladder truck, which is $1.5 million. It's a much larger. Had we been putting money away for a longer period of time, we might have been able to do that.
So this fund will allow the department to buy whatever they want without the people's choice on whether or not to purchase it, basically.
No, any expense has to, I believe, has to go through the Board of Selectmen. It's not just arbitrarily being able to be spent. But when we vote to put money into this fund, the Board of Selectmen are the agents that can disperse money for a particular purchase.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to clarify that, for this capital reserve fund, we can have 3 votes from the Board of Selectmen that will buy a $1.5 million truck.
If there were funds inside of this capital reserve fund that would allow us to do that, but we can't do that. We only have 375 right now.
And that 375, if I add up right, will buy all the things mentioned in the explanation except for the Tower 3, and the ladder truck isn't mentioned at all?
The 375,000 would cover what's inside the explanation for the three vehicles without the Tower 3, correct?
Okay, but where's this ladder truck coming from?
These are just a listing of the planned vehicle expenses coming up in the fire department. So we just listed, these are the major purchases that we need to cover. The Tower 3, we could not afford to take it out, to pay for it with just $375,000. So we decided to go with a bond issue for the Tower 3. The other three purchases with the $140,000 added, yes, that will cover those.
All right, so I had a little aha moment. The Tower 3 and the ladder truck are one and the same?
The Tower 3 is the ladder truck,
Thank you,
correct.
sorry.
Yes.
I guess I'm just a little, Nolan, 24 North Ave. I'm just a little confused, and it might be me, but, so the article before was for a bond on that 1.5 million truck, correct?
Correct.
And so if that passes, this reserve fund is where we would be paying that bond back? No.
No. So the bond would take care of the ladder truck, the Tower 3 ladder truck. And what's left inside of the reserve fund would take care of the other three purchases that we had listed, the Rescue 2, the Forester 4, and the Command Car 1. So those three purchases could be covered by this balance inside of the capital reserve fund.
But Tower 3 is in here, right?
Yeah, it's basically saying, we're just stating for transparency, these are the four major purchases that are coming up for the fire department. The only one that we could cover are the last three. The first one we can't cover because we don't have the money in the fund to cover that amount. So that's why we are funding it through a bond process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm a little confused also, Dennis Heffernan, for secluded circle. Just to clarify, so if the article passes in regards to the Tower 3.
Yep.
The funds, some of those funds would be taken out of this article, correct? No, none.
No. We are looking at alternate ways of reducing that 1.5 million. The bond issue would give us, the bond warrant would give us the ability to go up to 1.5 million. And there are other alternatives like opera funds and possible grants that the chief is applying for that hopefully, if we do get some of those, we can reduce that 1.5 million. But we need to start off with the 1.5 million to be able to afford to buy the truck.
So I'm hearing two different things, I believe, and it could be me, and I apologize. Go ahead, Jay.
Yes.
Jay may be able.
Mr. DeRoche. The bond will pay for the fire truck, ladder truck itself. This fund, whatever is remaining in here, and if the $140,000 is approved, that will take care of the rest, the other three vehicles that are there. If the bond passes and this passes, in 2023, we're looking at purchasing the truck under the bond. At that point in time, this warrant article of $140,000 would go away. We would pay the bond payment within the operating budget of, we were talking about $100,000. And there would be a reduction of $40,000 that we're asking the taxpayers to pay.
So at that point, if the bond passes, Tower 3 would not be included in here?
As part of the CIP, correct.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Barbara Kushka again. Based on that, I believe, my intention is to write an amendment to this article, and it's going to take me a little while, to amend this to say, where'd it go? Should P 2203, the tower fire truck fail, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate? So insert that at the beginning, because that sounds like what we're trying to do. It should only pass if the tower truck fails.
Ms. Keisha, you can make any motion you want, but just for clarification, as I understand it, the explanation, which is not part of the warrant, says there's a possible 4 items that the capital fund could be used for. One is the $1.5 million ladder, and then there's the other 3 vehicles. But as Selectman Talon said, you can't buy the 1.2 with this fund because we don't have 1.2. So if, as I understand it, for clarification, if the bond item passes, it appears to me from the explanation, the town still needs almost $400,000 to buy those other vehicles.
It's in there. 375.
Over 400,000, but if you don't put the 140 in it, they may not have enough to buy the 3 vehicles. That's what I believe the selectmen put up to fund this for just this year. We heard the chief say next year you're not going to see this on the warrant article.
Mr. Moderator.
Can I also add, though, the CIP, that is a savings account, that once those 3 vehicles are purchased, we're still intending on putting money aside for further purchases, like the tanker and some of the other vehicles. So once those other 3 vehicles are purchased, this fund still would not go away. There are still major purchases that may need to be done 10 years from now, 15 years from now, or 20 years from now. So that's why this money is building up that account so that we have it in the future. It just doesn't go away.
So when is the next $1 million plus truck, and how long do we have due to be replaced, and how long will it take before we have to replace it?
About 30 years was what the chief was saying. So if we were to put money away for the next 30 years, when the new ladder truck, 30 years from now, needs to be purchased, we would have money inside of this trust fund to be able to do that.
So 140 seems a bit excessive. We should be able to save that up in 10 years, right?
Well, if you are only saving for a ladder truck, you're correct.
But we already have enough money to pay for all the
When
things on here.
when we have in the CIP, each department is asked to look at their long-term expenditures for things that cost more than $50,000 or have an extension of 5 to 6 years. So these are major capital improvements. These are major things, major purchases. And so each department is asked to provide those, and we put that inside of the plan. And the intent is, yes, to have an estimated amount that we need to put into the fund so that when those capital improvement devices need to be replaced, we'll have the funds to be able to do it. So this $140,000 was part of the CIP.
Yep, I understand. Thank you. I do intend to write that amendment.
Take one more comment while she's writing her amendment. Yes, sir.
Ryan LeBrac, 174 Main Street. So just for clarity, the fire department is asking for $2 million for 4 pieces of equipment, correct? This year.
Essentially, yes. That's, if you total it all up, that's what you're looking for.
And I support the fire department. I question why we can't spread out purchases further apart so that we don't have 4 pieces of equipment in 1 year. The answer may be because we should have done this years ago and these should have been replaced prior. I'm sure that's probably what's going to be said. But with that said, you know, the way this is written, it was mentioned earlier with the ladder truck, is very misleading to say no new taxation when the ask is 1.5 million, and that will affect the budget. It sounded like $100,000 a year for the next 20 years. Is that correct?
10 years.
20 years.
20, sorry.
Principal and interest.
So theoretically, the fire department budget will go up $100,000 a year for the next 20 years based on this one purchase aside from the other 3 vehicles.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
I had said I would take one more comment. I hate to have a motion on the floor just because she can't write it up.
I just wanted a point of clarification on the capital.
Point of clarification, I'll take that.
Terry Patlis, 260 Main Street. I just wanted to clarify that if the $140,000, which is what we're discussing now, not the other article, goes into the capital reserve fund and the intent in the description in the warrant, in the voter's guide lists those items. If we put the $140,000 in now with the $375,000, those other vehicles do not necessarily need to be purchased in 2022, correct?
Correct.
The capital reserve fund is intended to be money put in there to be expended by the Board of Selectmen when they choose to, not necessarily all this year.
Correct.
Correct? And that applies to all capital reserve fund deposits, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So according to the CIP plan, these are the scheduled vehicles that need to be replaced. And sorry we didn't make that point, but they're not all replaced in the same year. If you look at the explanation, it tells you the years in which we're anticipating to replace them. So we need to build up capital in those funds to replace them during that year.
Right.
Yes, there would be money in here now to replace them all, but that's not the schedule that we're going to do at this point. And then after those vehicles are replaced, there will be at some point in time later down the road, other vehicles that will need to be replaced. And I believe the chief mentioned the engine, and I'll let him speak now. Thank you.
So I just did want to clarify what you all just talked about, is we're not buying all these vehicles at once. There's a schedule that we follow for that purpose of not having one big purchase a year. The other part is there's been confusion on our budget's going to go up $100,000. Well, right now, every year the CIP for vehicle apparatus passes in a budget, so the taxpayers are already used to spending $140,000. The payment for this ladder truck's going to be $100,000. We're not asking for $240,000 in 2023. Okay, it's going to be an equal wash to what the taxpayers are used to spending. So I wanted to clarify. It's not we're not inflating our budget, I guess. Yes.
Ms. Keisha, do you have your motion written? Would you please present it? Sign your name to it.
Yes, I did. A motion to amend P 2211 by inserting at the beginning, should warrant article P 2203, the Tower 3 fire truck replacement fail, and then the rest of the article.
Thank you. So as was mentioned, the motion is to amend this article by asserting at the beginning, should the warrant article P-22-03, the Tower 3 fire truck replacement fail, then she would have the appropriation, then shall the town vote to raise and appropriate $140,000 to be added to the existing fire department apparatus capital reserve fund. Do we have a second on her motion? Motion fails for lack of a second. Thank you, Barbara. Mr. Kiszka.
Yes, Julian Kishka, 1 Mayray Avenue. I just want to know if the tower truck warrant article fails, will this money be used to repair and make the current tower truck fully 100% operational, or are we going to just sit around and do nothing again? That's my question.
No, it cannot be used for that purpose.
Then the question is, what is going to be done with the tower truck if that article fails?
The chief is right behind.
Mr. Kiszka, why don't we let the chief answer the question about the truck? Thank you. Chief?
When you have experts in the repair industry of fire apparatus come to you and say it's going to be $40,000+ and they can't guarantee it's going to work when they get done, I would not, as the fire chief, recommend collecting any taxation from the taxpayers to spend $40,000+ for something that still might not fix it. It's 31 years old. It's met its service life expectancy.
Thank you, Chief. Name and address?
Derek Travers, 31 Sunrise Terrace in Plaistow. I want people to understand something about this ladder truck. There are a lot of problems with it. If I go up in the boom and I'm in the bucket and I'm panning left or right, that truck stops going panning left or right without notice. Is it worth one of us falling out of it? Yes, we hold on to it. We have a safety belt, but we could fall out. This town deserves the utmost protection that we can give it. And people who think that this truck can just be fixed, if we're taking money out of the CIP to fix a truck, we're taking money away from getting better apparatus, a better ambulance, a newer command car. It's not worth that kind of money. This truck, if you polish a turd, it's still a turd, for lack of a better term. And that's all we're going to do with it, because it takes time for it to get out the door. Sometimes there's no air in the tanks, so I have to wait for air pressure to build up. That's a delay. Problems with the boom. I pan left to right, the truck just stops, and it wiggles the whole ladder. That's a problem. You know, you want to talk about, somebody mentioned Merrimack. Merrimack went out and bought a used tower ladder too, and guess where it is? Not in their station anymore, because it didn't pass inspection. Yes, we have our truck inspected every year. We have the ladder inspected. That's what's supposed to be inspected. Not the pump, not the engine, not any other part of it. The truck actually could be considered an antique now because it's over 30 years old. Is that what you want coming to protect you? This truck can be replaced. It can be replaced with better and newer technology with a pump, so the pump can actually pump water onto the fire without having to waste another engine that could be utilized for something else. But if we have to put water through that pipe up in the top of the bucket, we have to waste an engine. This is a no-brainer. And it's time to stop looking at what we could fix, and let's start replacing it. The fact of the matter is the new ladder truck will last 30 years. This ladder truck has only been in our station for 10. And it was replaced by something that we bought used before, which was the old snorkel. So we're buying used stuff that's not lasting. If we bought something new, it's going to last. That's all I got.
Dennis Heffernan, 4 Secluded Circle. When we look at this, and you know, the ladder truck is coming up also, the other thing we need to look at is our chief, what he has done in this town in the short time he's been here, the savings that he has created in this town. This is a man we can have trust in. His statements are always what he's doing to look out for the taxpayers of the town. I think we have an expert here in town. We did an outstanding job of bringing him in here in town, and we have to listen to him, not only in the grants that he's got, but look at the trainings he's bringing into this town and the expertise. There's a number of savings that he has brought in his short period of time in this town. And if we're hearing from these guys the dangers of this truck and what the situation is, in my opinion, it's a no-brainer that we need to listen to the experts and what they need in this town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I have a question.
Mr. Zukas?
Yeah, this is for the chief, or the other members here on the fire department. Tower 3, when it goes out, is it, how many buildings or how many times what is the necessity for this truck to roll? That's one of the questions. The other question was, is it also the primary vehicle that we use to refill the Scott tanks, your breathing apparatus, or is that done with another vehicle?
We'll let the chief answer that question if he wishes. Recognize the chief.
So back to your question, the response dynamics for a ladder truck for this community is we responded to any buildings that are 3 stories or more, 32 feet tall, or require a fire ground flow of 3,500 gallons a minute. So anything from a duplex to a large commercial building requires the need for a ladder truck. And I had the numbers earlier, I'm pulling from memory now, 58 times is what it should have responded to in 2021.
And-
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that did. And the other one was, does that fill your Scott tanks? Is that the primary vehicle, or does it not?
No, we don't have any vehicles that carry what you're referring to as a Cascade machine, which refills our air packs. That's through a mutual aid agreement, and that trailer comes from Kingston.
From where?
Kingston, yes.
And is that something that is on the new vehicle?
It could potentially be on a new vehicle. Again, you look at the cost of, do we want to spend the money on it when we're already getting that from another town? So it goes back to the first question of, that's why we share resources amongst towns. There's some things you don't need the redundancy, some things you need your own, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Can you take the mic and your name and address, please?
Ryan, 174 Main Street. What's the alternative if we don't have the truck? If this doesn't pass and the truck is in disrepair and we assume at some point have to just stop using it, what's the alternative?
Should be recognized.
I'll recognize the port of order. I let this go on because it's nice to have citizen involvement, but we've already passed the article on the fire truck, the 1.5. So if you want to make a comment or ask a question on this article, go ahead.
So the comment or question on this article is that, and it ties to the other one as well, is just, and I don't think that this one is misleading. I think in all, if it's just stated, we want X amount of dollars for X equipment because of the following reasons, it would be probably more persuasive, and I'm not a non-supporter of the fire department. I just like to know what we're spending our money on and how it's going to affect our taxes for clarity for all.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Harb.
Chief, did you want to say anything else?
I just wanted to add or clarify the answer to that question. If this ladder truck that we currently have gets to the point we have to take it out of service, the most critical impact that it's going to have on this community is a negative impact on life safety. Our engines that we carry don't have the ladders that are long enough to do rescue above the second floor. We have lots of buildings here that are at least 3 stories tall. If we have to do a rescue, we're going to depend on other sources coming in to do that, which is a time delay. The second part of that, which is still high up on the list, is there is a significant chance that your homeowner's insurance is going to increase when we don't have that ladder truck in our district anymore.
Thank you, Chief. Any more comments on this article, Article 11?
Mr. Harb, I just have one other comment. To Mr. Lebrecht, you mentioned, about adding the information into the warrant article. In the intent of the warrant article itself, we can't add that type of information, but in the explanation, we can add that. So we'll make sure that, when we review it, we'll add that information into the explanations next time. Can't change that now, I don't believe. Correct, Mr. Talon?
That's correct.
So, thank you.
Seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P-22-11 will go on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P-22-11 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Britton. All in favor of restriction, raise your card. Thank you. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on. Deposit to Fire Department Radio Capital Reserve Fund. Article P-22-12. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $74,000 to be added to the Fire Department Radio Capital Reserve Fund previously established in 2019? Majority vote required. Total appropriation $74,000. Balance in Fire Department Radio Capital Reserve Fund as of 12/31/21, $18,112.11. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 701. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion. Do I have a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Britton. Mr. Coy, I believe you're speaking on this.
Back in 2019, the fire chief reported that the portable and mobile radios were old, had operational problems, and spare parts were difficult to find. The estimated cost at that time to replace all the radios was $200,000. 2022, this will be the second year of the two-year plan to replace those radios. The fire chief says all he needs is $74,000 to finish that radio replacement. That's really what the article's for.
Thank you. Any comments on this? Anyone wish to speak? Seeing no one approaching the microphone, Article P-22-12 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P-22-12 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion for reconstriction,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Britton. All in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on. Deposit to Cemetery Special Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund, Article P-22-13. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be added to Cemetery Special Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund, previously established in 2018? The funds will be withdrawn from the general fund unassigned fund balance, majority vote required. Total appropriation, $20,000. Withdrawal from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $20,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in Cemetery Special Maintenance Expendable Trust Fund as of 12/31/21, $48,397.16. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
Make a motion.
Made by Jay DeRoche, seconded by Mr. Britton. Mr. Talion, I guess you're speaking on this.
So the $48,000 that's currently in the cemetery maintenance fund, we are in the process, I've been working with the cemetery sexton, and we are looking to develop the land that was ceded to the town from the Palmer development. It's a large lot of land that's behind the current cemetery, and that would have to be treed. All the trees would be cut down, and boulders and whatever else ledge would be removed, and then it would be surveyed, and plots would be created from that. We expect that that will give enough space in the cemetery for possibly the next 100 years. So we've been working on this process, and the current cost, we don't have a fixed cost. We're still waiting from the engineer to give us that. But we expect that this whole expendable trust fund balance will basically be reduced almost to nothing when we finish that project. So we're looking to put some additional funds in there for other maintenance efforts that need to be done to the original cemetery.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing none, Article P-22-
We have one.
I have one.
Ryan, 174 Main Street. What is the need to expand the cemetery? I'm just confused as to, I understand we have a cemetery and we need to maintain it. The town owns it, and so theoretically, if I die, I could buy a plot there from the town once this expansion occurs? Is that the intent?
Yes.
Right now, you could buy a lot, but we are basically running out of lots from the old cemetery space. So there is some space left. We probably purchase a handful of lots each year. So after, let's say, 5 or 6 years, we could be out of lots totally. And so we have this land that was given to the town. We want to just develop that and provide additional space in the cemetery. The current rates that we charge are probably some of the lowest rates for plots in the entire area. So yes, if you wish to purchase a plot, you could.
I'm just misunderstanding why we were in the cemetery business, but, I mean, I understand it's there, and I thought it was a historic cemetery that we maintained. I get that, and I'm all for that. It just seems like this is like a town business venture, but, okay, thanks.
Just one additional comment I'll make is that there is the old cemetery, I think it's called the old section. Those are very historic graves, but the cemetery has been maintained and used all along for citizens to buy lots. So we provided that as a service to the town, and the cost of the lots are, as I said before, are very, very inexpensive as compared to other cemeteries in our general region. Thank you.
This is a point of history, my memory, if I'm correct. The cemetery has already been expanded at least once, and I know it was also, that expansion was a result of coordination with the Palmer family. And they're already, that part of the cemetery that's been expanded is already getting full of grave sites. So this isn't the first expansion of the cemetery. Any other comments on P2213? Seeing none, P2213 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P22-13 be restricted for reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration, seconded by Mr. Britton. If you're in favor of restriction, raise your card. Thank you. Any opposed? I neglected to ask, any abstained? So the ayes have it. Thank you. Deposit to Energy Capital Reserve Fund, Article P-22-14. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to deposit into the existing Energy Capital Reserve Fund previously established in 2016. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $25,000. Balance in Energy Capital Reserve Fund as of 12/31/21, $9,994.17. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Zukas. Do I have a second?
Second.
I couldn't tell, but I'm going to give that to John Blinn.
Okay.
John Blinn. Mr. Blinn, you're going to speak on this, I assume.
Thank you. Basically, the Energy Commission is looking to expand solar panels on a lot of the town buildings, and as long as it's aesthetically feasible. And we're going to also thinking of putting a array of panels at the old dump. So these projects cost money. We're going to need consultant fees and other expenses to go along with looking at this feasibility of doing this. So we want to put this money away so we'll have it when the projects come up. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Blinn. Anyone to speak on this article?
John, there's only a few of us left here that can remember it was called the dump.
What is it now?
The landfill.
Seeing nobody approaching the mic, Article P-22-14 will appear on the ballot as written. Waiting for that
Motion to
motion.
restrict reconsideration.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded to restrict reconsideration. If you're in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. Deposit to Transportation, Infrastructure, Capital Reserve Fund, Article P-22-15. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 to deposit into the existing Transportation Infrastructure Capital Reserve Fund that was previously established in 2016? Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $40,000. Balance in Transportation Infrastructure Capital Reserve Fund as of 12/31/21, $38,539.76. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion, second by Mr. DeRoche. Mr. Britton, I believe you'll speak on this.
essentially, this is to try to control a little bit of what we have downtown now. I mean, it's more and more it's getting busy down here. As more businesses come on to 125, more lights go up, there's going to be more and more people that want to take and come through the center of town. I think we'd like to take and preserve the town and downtown as much as we can. Not just for the aesthetics and not just for the quietness, but for the safety of children that are riding their bikes downtown, walking to the Pollard School, for a whole host of reasons. I really think that this is something that's worthwhile. I hope something good comes from it.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this article?
I'm just not familiar with the traffic calming project. What does that entail?
Do you know his name?
Can you repeat again? I know you've given it a couple of times, but for the clerk.
Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. Someone want to answer his
So
question?
the calming project is being done by the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, and they're looking at the speed of the traffic and the flow of the traffic going through Main Street. Right now, it's currently 30 miles an hour. Very, very often, people are 40, 45, 50 miles an hour going down that road. So part of that is there's not a lot of stops. There's no lights, so people just fly right through there. So they are making recommendations of things that we can do to some of the intersections to slow the traffic down. You know, whether they be a rotary or other different type of device where it would slow the traffic down, people would have to come to a stop and then start up again. Also, they are looking at, I'm sorry, let me just finish. They are also looking at areas where it might be valuable to be able to level the road a little bit. The road's very high crown, and also there's consideration for having sidewalks that would be continuous down the whole length of Main Street. Right now, you have to literally cross the street back and forth to follow through on a sidewalk. So those are some of the things they're doing, and when they complete their study, they'll make a series of recommendations. Construction would not probably occur until probably 2025. So this is something we put money aside so that we would have the money in 2025 to be able to do these things to the town and keep it more of a village, slow traffic area.
So this is just limited to Main Street?
Correct.
Okay. Because I would argue that North Avenue is actually probably way more busy than Main Street.
It is.
And that doesn't even seem to come into consideration. I would think that would fall under law enforcement if they would be keeping, there are speed limits in place. And if you want to maintain those, I think that would fall to law enforcement to actually do that. I don't think we need a traffic calming study. It's not even going to impact one of the busiest streets in Plaistow. So, thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article, P2215? Seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P2215 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P22-15 be restricted for reconsideration.
Motion for restriction?
Second.
Second? Who did? Mr. DeRoche seconded it. If you're in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your card. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. And any abstain? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you. Rock donation. Article P-2216. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $7,000 to support the substance misuse prevention, suicide prevention, and community wellness services of Rock Coalition for Healthy Youth. Total appropriation $7,000. recommended by the Board of Selectmen 500 and the Budget Committee 700. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion, second
Second.
by Mr. DeRoche. Mr. Bland, I believe you're speaking to this one.
Yes, thank you. SOROC does a lot of community work, especially with children and families who have problems, and they work with the surrounding communities. They provide education, programming, and resources from the federal and state agencies. So they do a lot of good work, so, you know, we would like to keep that going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bland. Anyone else to speak on this article?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. So I'm trying to understand, is SOROC a nonprofit charitable organization?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So, I mean, obviously, they do excellent work, and I'm not going to speak to, you know, the need in the community. Obviously, there's a need in the community, agreed with that. But I just have a fundamental disconnect with a town donating to a private charity. What's to say this pass, and then, you know, there's a lot of great private charities doing a lot of wonderful work. You know, I think this just opens up the door to, you know, any charity coming in and saying, hey, here's my cause. I want the town to support my cause. And I think this is just a can of worms that shouldn't be opened. However, I don't know if we've donated to SOROC in the past. And again, nothing against this organization or any of the organizations. I support some myself. They all do great work. But I just don't think it's the business of the town to be involved.
Let me help a little bit with this. The town does contribute to a number of organizations through their human resources department, and each of these are reviewed. They're given both their purpose as well as the number of Plaistow residents that they actually assist. So SOROC, the first year that appeared last year, the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee voted not to approve it because they had not put their paperwork in. They had not told us how many people in Plaistow they were helping. This year, they did go through the process, and they worked with the Human Resources Department head and identified the number of people in Plaistow that they were actually servicing. And that's how we determine what funds that we are going to be giving to these organizations. It's not just because they're a charitable organization. It's because they're providing a service to Plaistow residents. Thank you.
Recognize Mr. DeRoche and then the speaker at the mic.
No, I'll pass. I was basically going to
Speaker at the
say what
mic,
you
and then I'll go to the budget.
So just a point of clarification, SOROC is not a charity. They're actually a nonprofit organization that has a fiscal agent. About 15 years ago, they were a drug-free community grantee, which gives $125,000 for a maximum of 10 years. They also service Timberlane to include Hampstead and Sanborn Regional School District as well. They do receive funds for, I believe, all but 3 of the area towns, and that's what they're asking for today. In light of COVID as well, they have an SAC at the high school, whose services has gone through the roof due to COVID and mental health issues. So this is really important for our kids that have been directly affected by COVID. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nolan Pelletier, 24 North Ave. I actually agree with the previous speaker. I don't think that I can't talk to the validity of this organization, but I don't think it is should be in the scope of our budget to be donating to that. I mean, things I believe in, I do on my own, and I think that's what people should do. It should be completely voluntary. I don't think it should be doing through our budget. But just for a point of reference, if I do want to have I want to put mine on here, so what do I have to do? I just have to put it on a warrant article for a donation, is that correct?
No, you have to go through the Human Resources Department and apply for this and basically provide documentation about your organization and how you assist people within the town.
So before this warrant article was put in, this was put up by, they had to go through that process through HR?
Absolutely, yep. And there, as I said before, there is a number of organizations that we provide services to within the town, and they all assist Plaistow residents. That's a really key point. It's not just like donating to the Red Cross or to some other charitable organization.
I'm sure there's plenty of
allowing
things.
tax dollars to be expended to actually fund services for the town residents. That's how we have to look at this.
I'm sure there's plenty of charities that actually, that help with, residents of Plaistow. I just don't know if it's a charitable organization, if we should be funding it through town funds. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Julian Kishka again. I do support this article, and I know that we went through the process last year and they didn't provide the information to see if it was actually serving or how many it served in our community. It is a need in our community, and if you don't have this organization coming in and providing these very needed services that will affect the lives of a lot of people or keep them alive in a lot of cases, the town would have to hire other employees at a very hard cost to have our own services organization. If you got to think of it that way, $7,000 is very little amount of money compared to hiring a town employee to do the same job, to provide these services. So it's not a charity, it's a service to our community that otherwise we would have to have more town employees at a very, very high cost.
Thank you.
Harb. Mr. Harb?
Mr. DeRoe?
I just want to correct my statement. It is a 501c3. It's not a charity, it's a nonprofit, not a charitable organization. But I do have some statistics last year. Even though we weren't funding them, they did assist with 571 Plaistow youth and families within the community. So they are out there doing work in our community already. So they're doing a lot of good work. So they've applied for additional assistance to help continue to do that, and it's before the voters.
Mr. Monterey.
I'm going to recognize the gentleman that was coming to the mic, and then Mr. Zukas.
My name is James Zanfanya. I live on Harriman Road here in Plaistow. And this appropriation that we're asking for here in Plaistow is really going to support one person within the organization. Now, SOROC is a coalition. It's a coalition of a number of different towns. There are 8 towns that SOROC supports in this area. And it's also supported by a number of individuals who work within these different towns and who have volunteered their work to help with all of the children. SOROC has also bought a number of items such as masks and donated them, I believe, to the police and the fire departments as well. It's part of their program to help. And let me reinforce the fact that children in this area do need reinforcement to stay away from drugs, and they need help for bullying, they need help for mental health services, and they need help for suicide services, and SOROC provides all of this, and mostly on a volunteer basis. Again, this $7,000 goes to help one person who helps direct the whole thing. I volunteer my work, I'm on the steering committee, and I help in many different ways, okay? So it's something the town needs. It's something southern New Hampshire needs. Over 400 people a year die in New Hampshire from opioids. So we need to direct and focus our attention on what's going on and pay attention. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zukas?
Mr. Moderator?
I recognize Mr. Zukas, and then I'll go to you.
This is directed over to Mr. Colby. Can you put into perspective what $7,000, what this $7,000 would mean to homeowners in their taxes?
Well, I mean, I know $100,000 on the budget is 7 cents on the tax rate, which is $28, so that would be less than 10%. So 7/10 of one, very little.
Thank you.
Mr. Talion?
Just a point of information, for those that have the entire budget handout, on page 36 and 37, the human services that the town provides money to are listed, plus a description or explanation of the services they provide. So if this motion passes, they will become part of this budget. And they're doing a similar type of thing to some of the services that are provided by these other organizations. Thank you.
Anyone new to speak before we recognize a prior speaker?
Julie LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. So the other organizations that are already been chosen to be supported out of the budget, this specific organization is not included in that, or this is money on top of what's already been budgeted?
So this would be the first year that the town provides money for them, and then we would then put them into the human services budget, and they would be reevaluated each year to stay in that budget.
Okay. And even if this doesn't pass,
Then they would not be included.
we wouldn't necessarily lose their services because they provided them last year without money, correct?
Well, yeah, if they can afford it, yes.
Okay.
They'd have to do it on their own, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The gentleman in the back was standing, and then he sat down. Yeah, you. Do you want to speak again or not? And then we'll recognize Mr. Pelletier.
Again, I wanted to say, I think that on the taxation, this would represent 1 cent per value of $500,000 in the town of Plaistow, which is what, $5? So, it's very, very small. The whole thing is very, very small amount. One penny per 500,000 plus 7,000 for the whole town. For the service it provides, really, thank you.
Just so this appropriation would be $7,000, would that add an additional $7,000 in the budget each occurring year if this passes?
Yes.
Barbara Kishka, Mayray. Just wanted to thank the selectmen for putting this on as a warrant article rather than making the decision themselves, because as you can see, there might be some controversy, so thank you.
Dennis Heffernan, 4 Secluded Circle. First of all, to Barbara's point, there is a policy within the town that any charities that the town is going to, or any organizations that the town will donate to, there is an extensive application process which includes all their financials, a variety of information. So it's not randomly put on there as selected for what charity they want to. In this case, this one has come before us. I think this might even be the 3rd or 4th time. The past times we didn't have all the information, so it wasn't put in front of the voters. The other point I wanted to make, it was said that, even if we don't contribute to this, they would still service the town. There's been organizations in the past that we haven't contributed to, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe one of them was CART, that chose to no longer provide services to the town. So not necessarily if we don't donate to this, it's not a guarantee that our town would benefit from this. Thank you.
Carrie Patlas, 260 Main Street. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. Is there a mechanism by which this SOROC money can be put into the budget without it being a warrant article? Not necessarily this year, but in future years. So if it fails this year, can the Budget Committee and/or the Board of Selectmen opt to create a line item in the budget and not even ask it to be put to a warrant article for funding?
I think Mr. DeRoche has an answer for you.
So it's been past practice to go through the process that we follow now to put it in front of the voters to make sure that they have a say. We can absolutely add a line to the budget and put it in there when we develop our budget. But this has been past practice. I think it's a good practice that we put it out there and let people have discussion and have the information and say that they want to support this.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan Lebrex, 174 Main Street. So it is $7,000 per year, every year moving forward, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So based on that, I'm going to suggest an amendment so that it actually states that. So I think it's very misleading when you're asking for $7,000. I don't think it's clear that that's going to be ad nauseum forever. And how many other organizations do we support, nonprofit / charitable, whatever we want to call them, in town currently?
8 to 10.
I mentioned the page, I think was it 30?
There's 8 to 10 that are currently supported.
Oh, they don't have.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask Mr. Colby to give me some help on this. I'm not sure I can accept a motion to specify in the warrant article, based on DOR requirements, that we can vote to mandate that that be in the budget every year from now on. That's what he wants to do.
There's 10 organizations, to answer your question.
And point of order.
I would agree with that. The explanation could be changed to indicate that, that's the process and it would normally be included in the operating budget, but you cannot tie future town meetings with the vote.
I'm going to ask the gentleman that's trying to make the motion if he would be satisfied with the selectmen telling you they will put that in the explanation, their amended explanation, that it would go forward every year in their normal budget. Yeah. Let me give you a little more explanation. If you submit your motion as you read it, I'm going to rule it out of order and not appropriate for the ballot.
I'll appeal the ruling of the chair.
Well, it's not an either or. You can rule it out of order.
Well, I didn't know if you would withdraw your motion if the selectmen would put it in the guide. If you have the word of the selectmen, they're all here, that they will amend the guide to put that in there, would you withdraw your motion? They're willing to do that.
The guide won't be in the voter booth, correct? The guide is something people have to read before they get to the voter booth.
Use the mic.
Which,
I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand.
so the
what he's
guide
asking.
wouldn't be in the voter booth, so anyone that doesn't read the guide would just read, hey, $7,000 for SOROC sounds like a great idea. Which, again, I'm not saying supporting an organization is not a great idea. I have a fundamental disconnect from a political perspective that towns and cities and federal government should be supporting nonprofit organizations directly. Now, I know a lot do. But, so it's not the dollars even here, but for me, it's misleading that it says $7,000. It should be $7,000 per year ad nauseum until SOROC, as long as SOROC exists. So that would provide clarity, and I think a lot of the issue I have with a lot of these is there's lack of clarity, and they seem to be worded in a manner that don't accurately describe the eventual cost of the town.
The warrant does not state that this will be done in infinitum. I think we described the process, that this basically is a vote of the voters saying, yes, we are in favor of this, and then the selectmen would put that item into the budget, which the budget committee could review or lower or increase the following year, or the voters could amend it off of the budget. So it's basically not a continuous process unless the town believes that these services are needed by the town and the organization is still delivering them. And for the amount of money that we're giving them, we feel that that is a worthwhile use of those tax dollars.
So I have a motion, and the motion by Mr. LeBrecq is, shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $7,000 every year moving forward to support the substance misuse prevention, suicide prevention, and community wellness services of the Sol Rock Coalition for Healthy Youth. Mr. Pelletier seconded that motion. I'm going to make a ruling based upon my knowledge of the DOR and what you can do in a budget warrant article as backed up by our town manager. I'm going to rule that motion out of order.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
We have an appeal of the ruling of the chair. So we're going to take a vote, and I've got a feeling we're going to have to count this one, Mr. Major. We'll have to put you to work now today. Okay. So if you want to overrule my decision that the motion is out of order, I'm going to ask you to raise your cards. That would mean the motion would stand. So all those in favor of the motion to overrule me, please raise your card. Count 3. All those opposed to the motion to overrule me, raise your card. I don't think we need to count. So it is by majority that the motion fails. So now we're back to speak to the original motion as read on Article P2216. Mr. Pelletier.
Although that motion passed, I do agree with its intent, because just reading this, it's very unclear. Most voters will not know that this is going to be added to the budget line item, and it will be a reoccurring expense to them, and they'll just vote on it thinking it's a one-time, for lack of a better term, donation to an organization. And I, like Ryan, disagree that we should be, and it's nothing to do with the validity of any organization, but I don't think we should be doing that through government. So I think that the intent of this needs to be clear, because it's not clear as it's written, and voters will not know that this is going to add to their, the end of the, their budget. So that should be clarified. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Although I heard Mr. I forget the name, the gentleman refer to the fact that it's in the explanation of the selectmen, people may not read it. Will the selectmen still make that change in your guide to say that this would be every other year in the guide, like you discussed a few minutes ago?
I wouldn't.
He says yes.
Yes.
Okay. So just for the record, for those listening and those present, notwithstanding the motion failed, the selectmen will amend, have given us their word, they will amend the guide to mention that it will be reoccurring every year. I'll recognize the lady at the mic, and then we'll go to Mr. Britton. Yes,
Mary
ma'am.
Patlas, 260B Main Street. Just question for clarification. If this article is to pass, it will be in the budget for this upcoming year. If a voter does not want it to be in future years, there's no guarantee that it will be in future years, because the Budget Committee, the Board of Selectmen can opt to remove that line item from their budget, and/or any voter can come to deliberative and opt to reduce the operating budget, correct? That is the mechanism by which this could be removed from a budget in the future if they so choose, correct?
I believe there is a method.
There is nothing
Everybody's
in this
agreeing to
wording
that.
that binds it,
Yeah.
obligation going forward in any future year, regardless of any amendment, correct?
I believe you're correct. There is a number of different ways that it can be amended, which is why the chair suggested that I didn't want to see the warrant item to say forever.
Correct. And just for point of clarification, the wording on all of these warrant articles is prescribed by DRA and approved by the state, and it is limited by what you can and cannot say within the warrant article wording, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on P2216?
Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Moderator.
Kishka. And then Mr. Zukas.
Yeah, I just want to add to that discussion, this is not a diss against the motion, because the law is the law. The future selectmen and budget committee can't have their hands tied and that this is not going to happen. However, for some reason that the services were no longer required or the organization turned in a bad way, that wording change would have tied their hands to remove it, and they would have had to continue to pay by the wording of the change. So this is not I understand that it should be clarified probably, that maybe it should just say something like, until deemed unnecessary by the boards. But yeah, by putting that article, and I commend you for not allowing it, is that it would have tied the future boards to not be able to leave that organization should something have gone amiss. All right,
Thank you, Mr. Kiska. Mr. Zukas.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but according to this, every year this comes up. Last year, we did not vote for it as a town. We voted not to do this. By putting it on the ballot every year, it allows the taxpayers to decide, do we want to contribute to this or not? And also as a town, before it even goes forward to be on the ballot as a warrant article, the town, the boards look at what exactly we have used this, have we got any use out of it? Has the town gotten any kind of support from them? So as a warrant article, you as taxpayers can say, no, I'm not giving $7,000. We've done it before. This wouldn't be the first year, won't be the last year. Any of these articles, you can say, no, I'm not going to give the fire department the money they want. You as taxpayers decide yes or no. I want to support this or I don't. This isn't a reoccurring. Yes, it shows up on the ballot every year, but it doesn't pass every year because the townspeople said enough is enough, or I don't think we need it, whatever. So that's all this is. This is in the hands of the town's taxpayers to decide, not the board. We don't put it in to bury it so you guys don't know what it is. This is part of the town being transparent and showing you everything that comes before us and who applies, and what you decide is what gets.
Mr. Moderator, move the question, please.
I'll take one last comment from this gentleman, then we'll call the question.
Just a point of inquiry. What is the total given, I know you said that 2 charitable and nonprofit organizations. What's the total of all those, please?
In the human services, is that what you're looking for? There are 10 organizations that are currently contributed to, and that department budget is a total of $41,000.
So currently, 10 organizations are getting $40,000.
Right.
And if this passes, that would be $47,000. That would be that budget from here on out, correct?
And just be aware that some of these organizations each year go away, and then some are new and they come onto we always bring this to the voters before we decide to add them to this budget.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to call the question, but I'm also a little confused myself.
Okay.
Maybe somebody are. Everybody seems to think that if this gets added to the budget will stay the same every year. But is it not true that every year the budget can be changed and amended?
Absolutely. And this appears, it's only the first year. So if this was not on the budget, we put it as a warrant article. The voters get to see it and be able to approve it. And then if they approve it, the selectmen decide to add it to this budget.
Thank
the
you.
Human Services
We had a
budget.
call of the question. I don't see anybody at the mic. I don't see anybody running. So Article P-22-16 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article 2216 be restricted from a
A
reconsideration.
motion for restriction,
Second.
for reconsideration, and seconded. Raise your cards if you're in favor of restricting reconsideration. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your card. And if you abstain, raise your card. So the ayes have it. Moving on. Article establishing building expendable trust fund and deposit. Article P-22-17. Shall the town vote to establish a building expendable trust fund per RSA 31:19 small a for the purpose of all building interior and exterior and capital maintenance, including but not limited to carpeting, flooring, siding, roofing, and painting, all building site maintenance, all building expansion and/or reconfiguration, and all buildings' interior systems, including but not limited to HVAC, electrical, plumbing, water, wastewater, communications, and security, repair and/or replacement, and to raise and appropriate $25,000 to put in the fund, with this amount to come from the general fund unassigned fund balance. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $25,000. Withdrawal from the general fund unassigned fund balance, $25,000. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in general fund unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/21, $2,635,776. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by
Seconded.
Mr. Talion.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DeRoche. Mr. Coy, I believe you're speaking on
Yep.
this.
The intent of this reserve fund to be set up is to have a small amount of money set aside for emergencies. This fund can't be used for replacement of buildings or any grounds around those buildings. It's a new expendable trust fund, and it basically provides a broader scope of repairs as was outlined above in the warrant article itself.
Thank you. Anyone to speak on this? Seeing no one approaching the mic, Article P-22-17 will appear on the ballot as written. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to reconstruct consideration.
Motion for restriction by Mr. DeRoche. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Talion. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstained? The ayes have it. Thank you. Moving on. Discontinue existing building systems capital reserve fund. Article P-22-18. Shall the town vote to discontinue the building systems capital reserve fund? Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the municipality's general fund. This article shall be null and void if Article P-22-17 does not pass. Majority vote required, no expendation, no appropriation. Balance in building systems capital reserve fund as of 12/31/21, $17,013.50. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Zukas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Britton. I believe Mr. DeRoche will speak on this.
So this capital reserve, we're discontinuing it, and because it was voted on to be created by the voters, we need a vote of the body to remove this. And then the remaining funds will be placed in the unassigned fund balance.
Any further comments on this article?
Just a question. Is it my understanding that the balance that gets returned to the expendable fund deposit by a new warrant next year?
Yes.
Okay, so right now it goes from the general fund, and then we'd have to have a warrant to allow it to put it into the new fund.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other comments on this article? Seeing none, Article P-22-18 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P-22-18 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DeRoche. Favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Moving on. Deposit to Old Home Day Expendable Trust Fund. Article P-22-19. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,120 to be added to the Old Home Day Expendable Trust Fund previously established? The sum to come from the unassigned fund balance and represent donations received in 2021, with no amount to be raised from taxation. Majority vote required. Total appropriation, $5,120, withdrawn from the general fund. Unassigned fund balance, $5,120. No amount to be raised by new taxation, 0. Balance in general fund. Unassigned fund balance as of 12/31/21, $2,635,776. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500, and the Budget Committee, 700. Motion to place this on the ballot is written.
So moved.
We'll give this one to Mr. Zukas, and we'll second Mr. Talion. And I believe, Mr. Blinn, you're going to speak on the Old Home Day.
Basically what it is the 5,120 was raised from donations, and for last year's Old Home Day, which did not happen. The money was put into the general fund, so all we want to do is take it out of the general fund and give it back to the Old Home Day Committee to use for this year's Old Home Day.
Thank you, Mr. Blinn. Any more comments on this article? Seeing none, Article P 22-19 will appear on the ballot as written.
Move that Article P 2219 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration, seconded by Mr. Britton. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. Any abstained? The ayes have it. Moving on. Fire Department Apparatus, Capital Reserve Fund, Fiscal Agent Assignment. Article P-22-20. Shall the town vote to appoint the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend the Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund previously established in 1998? Majority vote required. There's no appropriations. Balance in Fire Department Apparatus Capital Reserve Fund as of 12/31/21. $375,916.99. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 500. Motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Second.
Made and seconded, made by Jay DeRoche, seconded by Mr. Britton. Mr. Britton, I believe you're speaking on this.
Yes, and this is just basically allowing the selectmen to take and use the funds for what they were intended for without having to wait for a majority vote. It becomes very difficult sometimes if the fire department needs something and it's in there that we have to wait for a town vote in order to make it happen. So what we're looking for is just that availability to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Any comments or anybody to speak on this? Seeing none, Article P-22-20 will appear on the ballot as written. Call the question.
Okay, Julian Kishka
Okay.
again. I'm reading this, and I have to say I'm totally against it. With the way this is worded, this takes away the power from the people to decide whether a large expenditure is made. In the past, you voted to spend $500,000 on a tanker truck in the past, and the voters got to decide whether $500,000 was spent. Once this passes, they could have done that without the voters. So if there's $500,000 here and they just want to buy a $500,000 truck, this would allow them to expend that money without the people's vote. So I wouldn't want that power as a selectman because it wouldn't be right in my eyes that you could override the voters with a large expenditure. It could be quite large depending on what the funds are in there. And that's totally against my beliefs as a citizen, or when I was a standing selectman, to spend that kind of money without the voters' approval. And I think that's what the wording of this would allow. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Zukas?
I have a question. So if this doesn't pass and let's use the example Mr. Kiska had, the tanker needed to be replaced, they would not be able to replace it until the following year when we voted. So the money that is sitting in the capital reserve would not be able to be touched to repair that vehicle, replace it, or anything else until it came election time again, and we as the townspeople voted yes or no to repair it. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone new to speak on this article?
Mr. Harb?
No.
Mr. Harb?
Mr. DeRoche?
So what I'd like to say to this is that the selectmen are the agents to expend the funds on most CIPs. We put these warrant articles forward to the voters to put money into those funds. And we're expending the money in those funds based on a plan from the capital improvement plan. So if there's an issue where we're waiting for a tanker truck that is out of service and we need to replace it, we do have to wait, as Mrs. Zuka said, we do have to wait to expend the money out of that fund to pay for it. So this is just giving us that authority based on the voters already approving money to be placed into that account based on the plan that we have for replacing equipment. So I don't think we're going to use it to get our hair done and go buy sprinklers for the grass. It's based on a plan, and I think we'd have a little more faith in our elected officials that we're doing the right thing. So, thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Talion, then Mr. Pelletier hasn't spoken yet, I don't believe, and then I'll go to you. Go ahead,
I'll
Mr.
make mine real
Talion.
short. Mr. DeRoche covered exactly what I wanted to say. Thank you, Jay.
Okay, Mr. Pelletier.
So this article will make the selectmen the agents. So who technically are the agents now? The voters?
The voters, yeah.
The voters. Correct. Okay.
All other trust funds that we have and capital reserve funds that we have in the town, the Board of Selectmen are the fiscal agents. This is the only one that we're not on it.
Oh, I think we should be in all of them.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. I'm going to go. Go ahead.
Here we go.
Derek Travers, 31 Sunrise Terrace. I just want to make sure I get a point of clarification. That the money that's in the funds have already been established by the voters to be in the funds so it's not like you guys are taking that funds and just deciding, whenever you want just to go get a new this or a new that or whatever the case is. So hypothetically speaking, let's just say one of our trucks goes out of service for a blown engine or something to that effect, and we have to replace that engine. We would actually have to, and it was the next day after voting. We would have to wait a whole year just to get the funds established, and then wait another 16 months to get the truck to come in, because it takes 16 months. They just don't whip out tanker trucks, and you don't go to the used car lot and buy a tanker truck. So we would have to wait a whole 16 months after waiting 12 months for you guys to be able to release the funds by the taxpayers. But the taxpayers have already put the money into the funds for us to have for a buffer as a replacement, correct?
Correct.
So I'm not misleading anybody. That's how the process would go. And basically, if the money's already in the funds and we make you guys the agents, and something should happen to the tanker, we could start the process a lot faster.
Correct.
I'm all for this. Thank you.
Mr. Kishka?
Yes, Julian Kishka again. I know it's being painted that all of a sudden it's because of an emergency, but it wouldn't have to be an emergency. 3 votes would still purchase anything from the fund without the voter's choice. The fact that you'd have to wait a whole nother year is untrue. If it's an actual emergency and it was deemed absolutely necessary to the safety of the community, you could have a special town meeting called any time of the year. So it would not prevent you from doing something for an entire year. So I think that's a falsehood as well. There is a reason that it hasn't always been worded as it was. It was to prevent any huge, large expenditure. The large expenditures, the large, expensive equipment do happen to be part of the fire department. And I think that was the original intention of the way the original creation article was written, so that the people could decide whether they wanted to go forward. If an emergency happened where the truck just suddenly destroyed itself or whatever, a special town meeting could still be held, the voters could still approve it, and you could go forward with what needed to be done. Thank you.
Is there anybody new to speak on this article? Anyone new? Mr. Talley, you have already spoken. Anyone new to speak on this article? So I'll go to Mr. Pelletier, then to Mr. Talley.
Okay.
A lot of what I said was covered by the previous speaker, but I just do want confirmation that in case of an emergency, we do have the mechanisms to call a special meeting, correct?
Yes, he is correct, yes. We do.
Okay. And just another point of clarification, in the case of emergencies, isn't that what that fund is for that we were talking about earlier, that emergency fund?
The contingency fund?
Yes, contingency
Yes.
fund, I
Yep.
apologize. So say that situation arise, that fund technically is in control of the selectmen, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. So that could actually be addressed very quickly in that case. And if it went beyond that scope, we could call a special meeting. Would that be a true statement?
Yes, if it fell within the $80,000, we could use up to the $80,000 in that contingency fund. If we're replacing a large piece of equipment, then it would have to go to a special meeting.
And how quickly could a special meeting be called? I'm not familiar with the time frame on that. I know it's like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, there's legal postings that we have to make. I think it's 7 days to post, or 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks.
2 weeks. So it could be turned around fairly quickly, yes.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
So a
Talley?
special meeting do cost money, and if the issue that we're trying to decide is a requirement to get the voice of the taxpayers, then absolutely it would be useful to do that. In the case of all these capital reserve funds, expendable trust funds, where the Board of Selectmen are the agents, each fund has a specific language that it was created and what its purpose is. The selectmen can't purchase other things from that. Each fund says this is what it's for and this is the only thing that you can spend it on. So most of these are driven by the capital improvement program. So they're literally known about, and as we're coming up, we basically have enough money in the fund, and then we can purchase that. And so it's a process that we go through, and we keep on coming to the back to the taxpayer to ask them to add money to these funds so that these capital improvement purchases can be made at some point in the future. This is the only trust fund that the Board of Selectmen are not the fiscal agents. Hopefully, the taxpayers trust the Board of Selectmen on all the other trust funds that we are agents for. We hope that they would also do it this one as well. Thank you.
The emergency fund, the contingency fund, that doesn't have those restrictions on it, right? Does it have a broader scope than these other funds that he's speaking?
I'd have to look at the language of the contingency fund. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we are the agents to expend out of that fund. So if an unanticipated expense came up, it would come to us to expend the money out of that account to make that purchase or pay for whatever that unanticipated expense was.
And I just want to speak to one other thing. I mean, you're saying I have faith in the voters, and it's not that I want to say I don't have faith in elected officials, but I feel that such a small vote could be corrupted very, very easily and not reflect the will of the whole community. 3 people, could easily make a decision. They will make a decision that will affect everybody, and I think we're assuming this is going to be a large purchase. If this came up, it wouldn't be something that could be handled by the contingency fund. So I think that should go to the voters, and that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, this fund is for the purchase of new replacement equipment. So we wouldn't be using it to fix something that broke down. It would be for replacement of capital. It's the same warrant that we discussed earlier, so.
Mr. Heffernan?
Dennis Heffernan for Secluded Circle. I'm looking at this and I'm, as
Speak
was
closer to the mic.
Sorry, I'm looking at this and as was previous stated, the selectmen are the agents of all other, of these funds. This is the only one that they're not, and it was established in 1998. What's the history behind that? I'm trying to figure out why, if we've had this in place since 1998, it's the only one that the Board of Selectmen basically hasn't control of. What's the reasoning behind that?
Just one quick comment. During my 3 years as selectman, it seems that every year we have added the Board of Selectmen as an agent to a particular trust fund. So 3 years ago, a number of trust funds, the Board of Selectmen were not the fiscal agents, and we had to wait an entire year to make a decision. So we have slowly moved towards allowing the Board of Selectmen the flexibility to be able to make purchases from these funds and for what they're intended for, and provide that flexibility. This is the last one, so there's kind of a trend to say, yes, we should be the fiscal agents so we can make these decisions on behalf of the town.
So what you're saying is basically it's been a cleanup throughout the years, and this is one of the last ones, if I'm hearing you correctly?
Yes.
Why wasn't this one established earlier than any of the others? Is there any rhyme or reason, or it was just randomly?
When you serve on the Board of Selectmen, you learn a lot. You basically have a lot of learning to do even the first year. And a lot of these trust funds, we don't even know, as a new selectman, you may not even be aware of them until you start digging into this and start working with warrants and stuff. And finally you start to realize, all right, are we agents to this one? Oh, we're not? Should we be? Yeah, we probably should, then let's fix that. So no rhyme or reason, just basically as we see ones that we needed to be able to change, we changed them.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Any other, everybody? No one facing the mic? Article P-22-20 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P-22-20 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration, seconded by Mr. DeRoche. If you're in favor of restriction, raise your card. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your card. If you're abstaining, raise your card. The ayes have it.
Mr. Moderator, P-22-21, Bill Coy will speak to that one, and the last one, P-22-22, I will be speaking to that one.
So next is Deposit to Recreation Plan Capital Reserve Fund, Article P-22-21. Shall the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $30,000 to be deposited into the existing Recreation Plan Capital Reserve Fund previously established? Majority vote required. Total appropriation $30,000. Balance in Recreation Plan Capital Reserve Fund as of 12/31/21, $13,101.18. Recommended by the Board of Selectmen 500 and the Budget Committee 800. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Coy seconded. And Mr. Coy, you're going to speak to this.
Yep. 2 years ago, Recreation used money from their impact fees and capital reserve. And if you go out the park, you'll see they use that money to put a new softball field in that can also be used for baseball as well. Now those fields have settled, they're ready for use, the grass has grown. The only thing the fields need so it can be utilized, and this is what this money would be for a backstop and for 2 dugouts. Now those fields would be able to be used. Those fields also at this time, we only have the other one softball field, have generated some revenue as well. So basically it's funded so they can be utilized to get the fields up and going instead of just sitting there, the money invested.
Thank you. Mr. Pelletier, I don't mind you coming forward to speak and just staying there while you're waiting to speak.
But if you're just going to sit there, I need to ask you to please sit in the place for unmasked people. Thank you.
It's an open area. I don't know how much of it is.
Anyone else to speak on P2221? Yes, sir.
This is Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. So what sort of funds were developed from the Recreation Department, and why can't those funds be used to build a backstop directly?
The impact fees have been all used. They've all been expended. There's no more impact fees left. What's left in the capital reserve is earmarked for the trails that are going back behind Park. That money has to be set aside and kept there because there's a grant and we have to be able to match that grant.
So every year we generate more impact fees, correct?
Right. This past year, I don't believe we have, not that's been deposited in the recreation account.
So do future impact fees go to the recreation fund?
No, they would for housing. Like if you have a business, those impact fees, there's nothing for recreation.
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. The impact fees, if there's any new housing development that goes in, then that would come into the recreation.
Our manager might be able to add to
All right,
that.
no, I understand. So the impact fees are not from, so the impact fees are from development in town that you force developers to pay into, and then it goes to recreation fund.
Correct.
I'm talking more funds generated from the recreation department. Where do those go? They have fees associated with their services, correct?
Right. They would go into the general fund.
Okay, and how much did those, what was the balance of those fees generated by the recreation department in 2021?
I'm not sure, Jen. Do you happen to know what that number was last year?
Field rental wise, the existing.
Well, field rentals plus you have summer rec.
We're like around $70,000 a year comes in.
You need to be at a microphone.
I know pre-COVID, we were getting up close to 90.
Okay, so why can't the town utilize the funds developed from the recreation department to pay for this without a separate fund needed, and/or why can't we wait till we have some impact fees to build backstops?
Our manager would like to answer that, and then we'll ask the lady to answer.
To Mr. LeBrecq, you need to have an appropriation to be able to spend the money out of the general fund. So without an appropriation for that purpose, you cannot spend them for that purpose. As far as impact fees are to address expansion, not necessarily. So because of the added building in town, we collect the impact fees. So if we have to expand something, the public safety impact fee, for instance, because we expanded the police and fire station, we're using the public safety impact fees towards the bond to help pay for that. So it's due to expansion if that's needed.
So if this is intended to be used for a specific purpose, like building backstops, we probably have a quote or multiple quotes to build those backstops and a cost for that, correct?
Right, yes.
So why wouldn't this just say, ask, instead of putting it into capital reserve fund, why wouldn't this just be a warrant article to pay for $30,000 associated with building backstops on the field specifically, instead of just generally dumping it into a fund and then going into that fund and using it for that purpose?
Greg, is that just...
Can I speak to this, please? Hi, I'm Carrie Patlas, 260B Main Street. I'm the chair of the Recreation Commission.
You pull the mic down and...
I'm sorry?
Pull that mic down.
Can't hear you.
Oh, I'm wicked short.
There you go.
Okay, that's better. Carrie Patlas, 260 Main Street, Chair of the Recreation Commission. The Capital Reserve Fund for Recreation is a pre-existing account, and periodically, year after year, or every couple of years, we do ask for funds to be deposited into it, similar to what we heard earlier today with the fire department. We put those funds in and then we expend them later. So currently, we have $13,000 in there. It's earmarked towards a current project. The softball field project is a contracted project through Busby Construction that the Board of Selectmen entered into that contract in September of 2020. And it's a 6-part project broken out into phases. A large part of why we went with Busby Construction is they permitted us to do the work in phases, knowing that we would have funding coming from different avenues. We've already invested, as Mr. Coy said, we've invested the balance of our impact fees. We've expended some of our capital reserve money towards the project that's already done in part over there. And so we're looking to continue working on that project. Again, it's part of our capital improvement plan that exists. It's updated every year and it's documented. And so we are continuing to work to that. And the funding for those things on our capital plan comes from warrant articles and impact fees, if applicable for impact fees. It's very important to know that we can't just ask the Board of Selectmen to spend whatever money's called recreation on whatever project we choose. There are rules and regulations as to how we can spend the money that exists. So this $30,000 is going to do the backstop and the dugouts to make these fields playable and continue to generate revenue. The last 2 years, the one field we have in town, that field alone brought in $6,000 each year, with a second field and organizations already requesting to rent it now that it doesn't even exist yet. We anticipate that that revenue for the field rental will increase substantially. And the Recreation Department is one of few departments in this town that generate revenue that goes into the general fund. So any programming, anything, registration fees that you pay for trips and sports and that kind of thing, all comes through the Recreation Department, but it ends up in the general fund. And that's roughly an average of about $80,000 a year that comes in to the Recreation Department and goes into that general fund. In a perfect world, I'd love to be able to say, build these things using that 80 grand we just put in there for you. But that's not the way that these things work, and so we have to come before you and ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pelletier?
I had a few things to say, but a lot of them were already taken care of. But I do have a point of personal privilege. Part of the reason I moved up is it's very, very difficult to hear in the back, especially with heat going on. And I can hear most of the speakers, but I can't hear anybody on the select board or the budget committee in the back, and I'm straining. So are you restricting my ability to compete in this meeting?
We want to make accommodations for you, but I think everybody has a problem with hearing. My concern is that you were sitting in an area with people that were wearing masks, so I also have to make accommodations by law to people that are wearing masks. If you want me to find you a place to segregate you somewhere closer.
I mean, I'd rather not be segregated, but I'd like to be able to hear everything that's going on. I think that's a fair request.
We'll make sure we speak into the mic.
We only have two. I appreciate your remarks, Mr. Pelletier. We only have 2 more articles and the heat's not on, so hopefully you can hear us.
Just, question was asked of why this wasn't put, sorry. The question was asked why this was not directly, instead of going into a reserve fund, the 30,000, just asking for the 30,000. Now, if the 30,000 was asked for as opposed to putting it in a capital reserve fund, correct me, or if I could get an answer to this, if by any chance this amount was reduced by donations or anything along that line, what would happen to the additional amount if they reduce that, if it was put in as an article for 30,000?
It would stay in the capital reserve fund for future purchase or future action.
But on the opposite, if it wasn't in the capital reserve fund, as somebody suggested, of just putting it as 30,000 and not in the capital reserve fund, what would happen?
At the end of the year, whatever was not spent would lapse back to the general fund and it would need to be reappropriated again.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pelletier, are you now able to hear us now that the machine's gone off? Thank you very much. If you have a problem in the future, just let me know. Maybe we can move you closer to the center. Mr. Zukas.
I have a question for the recreation. How many more phases do we have? I see we're on 2 now. How many more are you planning?
Sorry. That's a good question. So the proposal of the work that the bid came in from Busby is a 6-part project. Phase 1 took care of 1, 2, 3, like 3 or 4 of those phases. Ideally, I would love to be able to do it in 2 phases. Realistically, we're probably, depending on what we get for funding, we would like to do it in 2. It could end up being 3, depending on how we break out the work on the project. Currently, the goal is to get these fields playable. We have invested a lot into this. This has taken literally years. Since I've been on commission 6-7 years, it's been a project on our capital improvement project. We've invested a lot into it, and we want it to be utilized. It's sitting dormant right now without the backstop and the dugouts. It's a safety issue. We cannot put athletes, whether it's our recreation programs or our paying customers, we can't put them on those fields in the current condition. So without this support, without this funding to get these things installed, it is just going to sit there.
And I have another question in that same, and I don't know if it was explained already, but why was it not put before the voters as that this is going to cost us $30,562 and instead of just a general $30,000 to complete the project?
So maybe the Board of Selectmen or the town manager can address it more appropriately, but my understanding is we brought a project forward that is part of our capital plan that exists and is documented. We brought it forward to the Board of Selectmen. It went out to bid, and the selectmen within their purview of power opted to enter into a contract of one of the 3 bids we got. It did go through the proper processes for that project, and at that time, we had a plan for funding, and it would be an ongoing couple-year project, and it was all documented. It's all a part of record with the Board of Selectmen. It was September 14th of 2020 that they approved this project, and at that time, the way that the numbers were and what our intent was to fund it.
Okay, so this project was approved for X amount of dollars, and with the understanding it would be in phases.
Correct.
But it was approved without knowing what the total, or if all the phases that were picked, like you're hoping it can be done in 2, but there's a possibility it might go into 3. So we could see this again next year for more money because it didn't get finished for the amount of money that was originally planned on? Is that what we're seeing?
No, currently, the bid that was approved by the selectmen from Busby has not been adjusted. It was a $278,000 project to be phased out. This is a portion of that $278,000 project. In theory, the Recreation Department, much like all the other departments, will come to the voters to have capital fund deposits made year after year. Again, we have a plan. We have a documented capital plan that is phased out over years. It's how a lot of the things in this town for recreation were done. It's currently helping us work on our trail project. The $30,000 goes into the capital reserve fund. Our goal right now to do with it is the dugouts and the backstop. And we'll come, in theory, we would like to see that capital fund come back up in balance so that we can continue to work on other projects in town that need to be done as part of our plan.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, could we move the question, please?
I have Mr. Heffernan standing in line, but didn't you speak already?
Yes, but can I just
If you
get
can
some
make it very
clarification?
brief.
Because previously it was stated at a budget committee meeting, and correct me if I'm wrong, when this was brought up, Selectman Talon had said this was the final phase project. So, correct me if I'm wrong, budget committee, that was stated, and I'm confused now hearing that this may not be the final phase. Thank you.
It is my understanding that the question was asked if it was how many phases there were, and the answer was there were 2 phases.
So since my name was called, I first want to be clear that the overall contract was for a number of different things, and that for this particular field, this $30,000 would complete the field, make it totally operational, and would be able to be rented. Is that correct?
It will install the backstop in the dugouts and make the field playable. It does
Okay.
not complete all phases, all items in the project on the contract that was signed.
Okay, so there are additional things in terms of fencing or whatever?
Yep, there's Cape Cod berm and additional concrete work to be done in the parking lot.
Okay.
That is also included in the bid from Busby. Part of why I attended the Board of Selectmen's meeting on January 24th and spoke during public comment is because the information I saw in the Budget Committee minutes wasn't accurate to what we were discussing, so I wanted to clarify that at that time. This
So-
does not complete the contract with Busby.
Right.
It gets these fields
Correct.
playable.
There are a number of things inside of that contract that will affect different parts of the recreational area.
Correct.
But in terms of the field itself, that's why I said, after the $30,000, we will be able to use the field. We have not been able to use the field because of these safety issues, not having backstops and dugouts is important. You need to have that.
Absolutely.
And that once you have this, you can now rent the field.
We can rent it and we can
And
play on it.
the overall contract allows for other things that recreation is doing to park.
Right, there was a little bit of overlap on some of the work that we did for the Mount Misery project also. Part of that existing work that's already been done was to install a roadway that goes out to the trailhead.
Yep.
But also that roadway gives access for emergency vehicles to both the baseball and softball field. So it piggybacked a little bit. What's remaining left for work, this part of it gets those fields playable. The rest of it, I'm not super, I want my kids on a field. I want to see return on investment so far and get these kids playing.
This particular warrant was written to complete the fields. That was what the $30,000 was intended to do. That's my understanding.
To
And
get the
that's
fields
why I
playable.
basically said
Yes.
that after this, we do not need to put more money into this field. There are other projects for recreation, but that's part of the contract that you have.
Right, down the road, if we have capital available and we
No, we
want to
have to come-
put additional fencing or whatever up, that's fine. That's,
Right.
we're looking to that. That's not what this is right now.
Right.
This field needs to be playable.
You're right. So the dugouts and the backstop will make these fields playable.
Good.
But it was
To make it short.
put before the board as this will complete
The fields.
the fields. It was not put down as it will make them playable. It was said to the board, this will complete the fields. So am I hearing now this is not completing the field, it's just making it playable? That would be.
No, you're hearing that there are other pieces or other improvements to park that the
No,
contract
I'm not talking
covers.
park, I'm talking the fields.
The fields will-
Fields that we're talking about, it was explained that this 30,000 was going to complete the fields.
Right.
Now I'm hearing it is not going to complete the fields, it is going to make them playable. So there's two differences in the way it was explained to the board. That's all, I'm just trying, they're right, Mr. Heffernan was right. It was explained that this would complete the fields. That's all. He was right. I just want to say that.
Maybe we can ask the rec department to clarify the difference between complete and the fields.
So I cannot speak to the word complete. It's not a word that the Recreation Commission and/or department has used. I can say that We were not at the Budget Committee meeting where this was discussed, and we were not approached by the Budget Committee directly for clarification. So, you know, that's kind of, again, why I was before the Board of Selectmen on the 24th to clarify the scope of the project.
Yes, and Mr. Talon spoke on behalf of the selectmen, just, you know.
And just to be very clear, Bob, my understanding, in terms of you're using the word complete, was to complete the field so that we could actually rent them and use them.
Okay.
So if there are other projects that are going to improve park, not necessarily associated with this particular baseball field, those are part of the contract that the selectmen signed quite a while ago.
I understand, but like, again, at the meeting, we were told the 30,000 would complete the fields. Well, that's all, we didn't talk about trails, we didn't talk, because there was something in here that said about future projects, and we had that removed because that was not our understanding of what this was about. This 30,000 was our understanding, and that's why it was, the explanation was changed, was because this would complete the fields project. And now, if I'm hearing that there are also phases that we may do trailheads or whatever else, which is fine.
Anything new would have to come back next year as a new warrant article.
All right, so does this 30,000 complete the fields, or does it just make them playable? That's what I'm asking.
But Bob, what it'll basically do, it makes it playable. What they would like to do in a perfect world is to be able to fence in that whole field. Is it a necessity to have that whole field fenced in? It's not. It would be nice to do, but it's not a necessity. So yes, basically, this would basically kind of complete that field, right? Because you're going to have the dugouts, you're going to have the backstop. Those fields are now playable. It would look much like the lower baseball field that we have there, even the upper field. There's not a fence around the whole field, but there's a backstop and there's dugouts.
That's fine. Then, thank you. That's
Mr.
what
Moderator?
I mean, I understand.
I ask that we move the question.
I have two people in line, or do I have three? Two? When they speak, then we'll move the question. I always, the rules let them speak, and then we'll move it. Yes, sir.
This is Ryan LeBrecq from 174 Main Street. First off, you know, I appreciate the fact that the Recreation Department is generating some funds, and as I said last year, I think it'd be a great thing to endeavor to achieve fees that paid for all costs. So you have a $187,000 budget. We have $80,000 in fees. That's great. It defers the costs. That's why it goes to the general fund. It defers the cost of the town for your budget. Let's get those fees up to $187,000, and I think a lot of these discussions are a lot easier. With that said, it sounds like they're, you know, from a taxpayer perspective, it sounds like the board and the budget committee never had a meeting of the minds on this, so you can imagine how confused we are as well. But it sounded like there was a $278,000 original contract multi-phase. This 30,000, even though it doesn't say that here, is to fund a portion of that contract. Portion was already completed. What's left of that $278,000 after this $30,000 is expended, or this latest phase with Busby Construction is expended? What's the remaining balance on that 278?
So 278 was the project bid, 206 has been spent already.
So based on that, next year, we're probably looking for another $40,000, rough numbers, to cover next phase of the project, it seems. Again, if that were the case next year, I would hope that instead of just making a I have a fundamental disconnect between a capital reserve fund for the fire department for apparatus and equipment, which is an absolute obvious need in town, to compare that to a capital reserve fund for recreation, which I understand provides benefits to the community. I'm not discounting any of that, but this should be stated that we want $31,328 or whatever the number is to do X, and we vote on that. And if everyone agrees to spend it to do that, fine. So instead of just putting it into a fund, specifically state what was there, probably would actually help the warrant article rather than hurt it. And also on the fee side, I attended, I think, one event this year. I have some vintage vehicles. I went to the car show. I think that's another opportunity to make some money. Most car shows, they charge a fee for us to get into. It's a fundraiser. Why not add that as a fundraiser to help fund your budget, as well as funding or charging fees for concerts and other things as well. Anyway, I would have no problem paying a fee, as I do when I go to other car shows. Thank you.
Mr. Peltier, last speaker.
So as I understand it, although it's not earmarked for that, this is what it's going for, the dugouts, the backstop, and that. Even with this, it will not be complete, it will be playable. There was talk, if I'm not mistaken, about the fields generating revenue. With them being playable and not complete, will this interrupt that revenue stream?
No.
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 It'll increase it.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, well, if there's other fields available that have like the, fencing around the back or whatever, would other organizations be more willing to do that?
Well, the difference is this is a softball field, and those are the organizations that are looking to rent. The baseball fields cannot be used for softball because there's grass on the infield and there's a pitcher's mound.
Thank you.
That being the last speaker and no motions to amend, Article P-22-21 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P-22-21 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration, seconded by Mr. DeRoche. If you're in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards, please. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. And if you're abstaining, the ayes have it. Thank you. Two more articles. Reduce Budget Committee membership, Article P-22-22. Shall the town vote to reduce the Budget Committee from 10 members in the Selectman Representative, 11 votes, to 8 members in the Selectman Representative, 9 votes. Majority vote required, recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0-0. Motion to place the written.
So moved.
Made by Mr. Talion.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Britton. Mr. Coy, you're going to speak to them?
No, I'll be speaking now.
Mr. Talion.
So currently, the Budget Committee has 9 members plus a representative from the Board of Selectmen, which makes 10. So last year, the concern was that you could have a 5-5 tie. And so I believe it was Dennis that put forth a motion to increase the membership to 10 members. So then 10 members with the representative from the Board of Selectmen would be 11, an odd number. We've had difficulty getting enough people to run for Budget Committee, and we also did some research surrounding towns. Most Budget Committees are 6, 7, or 8 members. They're much, much smaller. Most of the towns are 6. So the the Budget Committee discussed this and made recommendations to reduce the number from 10 down to 8. It would be a more workable size. And then with the Selectmen's representative, that would be still an odd number, 9 votes. So starting in March, the Budget Committee will go from 9 to 10 members from the warrant last year. And this, if this passes, would come into play in 2023 in March. It takes a whole year to come into play.
Thank you. Mr. Heffernan?
Yes, just to speak to this. So last year, the Budget Committee had decided to reduce it to this amount. At the time, we had a number, I believe there were about 10 candidates for the Budget Committee. So my reasoning behind this was I looked at that and I said, why are we turning away volunteers if they want to serve on the Budget Committee? I know there are a number of people up for re-election on the Budget Committee. I do not know how many are running this year, only 2. So given that, I guess this does make sense. I apologize for creating such a mess last year, but my basis behind it was simply to say if there's more people interested in running, why are we then reducing and having people not run? But based on what I'm seeing this year, it looks like this would make sense. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing none, Article P-22-22 will appear on the warrant on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P-22-22 be restricted from reconsideration.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Britton. If you're in favor of restricting, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Any abstained? The ayes have it. And before I cover the last article, P-22-23, let me remind you and the voters listening on TV, February 22nd in the same location, the garage, will be the library's candidates night. If you haven't signed up and you're a candidate, please do. And we'll see you back here. I believe it's at 6:30 at night. And March 8th, also here, will be our town election. And many people ask me, what about Pollard School? I've advised the manager, but I thought I'd make it public. I am still working with the school to get back into the school at some point. I am advised they'd love to have us back, but just not at this time due to a number of factors. So we have been requested to revisit with them for the September primary. I'll work with the Board of Selectmen, because it's not my call where we go. Everybody thinks it is. And the manager and the school. So we have an open dialogue and open discussion. So those of you that have asked me, how come we're still here? We're working on the possibility of going back to Pollard. We'll update you as we get more information, but it won't be coming new information probably till the summer to see how things work out with the pandemic and a number of other things.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
We also make mention, I'm sorry. We'd like to also thank Danny Garlington and his crew for getting all his equipment out of here, getting the place ready, especially after last night and yesterday with the amount of work they had to do. They deserve a big round of applause for doing what they did.
And of course, thank you to the cable station and Dean Zanello and all those people for being here, and all of you for coming, because we couldn't have a very active session unless you came. So I appreciate everyone coming. It does make the day interactive, which is what we like to have at deliberative session. Town Forest Edition, Article P-22-23. Shall the town vote to add a 4.32 acre parcel to the town forest? The parcel was created by a lot line adjustment on tax map 6, lot 16. To remove the parcel and a second lot line adjustment on tax map 6, lot 7, to add the parcel. The existing tax map 6, lot 7 is already part of the town forest. This was recommended by the Board of Selectmen, 5-0-0. Do I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written?
Motion made.
Second.
By Mr. Darrell Britton, seconded by Mr. DeRoche. And I believe Mr. DeRoche will speak on this.
I'll try to make it brief. This is just to include this parcel of land within the town forest, and we need a vote of the body to make that happen. So.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on this?
Barbara Kishka, 1 Mayray. Does this lot have frontage, and is it a buildable lot?
This lot is, excuse me, it's landlocked, so it's not usable. It's landlocked between Atkinson and the town forest.
Thank you.
Mr. LeBrecq?
So, does the town currently own a lot? How did the town come to acquire the lot?
So this has been an ongoing effort with the Conservation Commission. They work to acquire land, and they have their funds that helps acquire this land. So if we want to include it within the town forest, we need the vote of the body to do that. They have worked to acquire this land, and this past year they were able to make that happen, so.
So the money or the funds to buy this land were out of the Conservation Reserve Fund?
Correct.
And what was the amount spent on the lot?
I don't know.
It was 25,000 or 30,000.
Yeah.
I don't remember which.
25 or 30,000, somewhere around there.
All right, and that's voted on by the Board of Selectmen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to speak on this article? Seeing none, Article P-22-23 will appear on the ballot as written.
I move that Article P22-23 be restricted from reconsideration.
Have a motion for restrict, seconded by Mr. Britton. If you're in favor of restricting reconsideration, please raise your card. Thank you very much. If you're opposed, raise your card. If you're abstained, raise your cards. Ayes have it. And the rest of the articles are proposed zoning, and you will also see articles on the ballot from the Timberlane Regional School District. And we do not cover articles on zoning at this hearing. So I appreciate everyone coming, and thank you to everyone that made this, I think, a successful day. And thanks for the sun, and we'll see you either the 22nd for the debate, or for sure, I hope you come to vote on March 9th. I'll declare this meeting adjourned.
Although, you gotta remember, Norm, how long time. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what time they're picking up. I won't be home, but.
Go to the next day.